both defendants in court with all counsel and both jury panels as well. And to everybody, good morning. We're ready to resume with the trial. We have the witness back on the witness stand. Would you state your name again for the record, please?
Ann Wolbert Burgess.
All right, I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes.
And you may proceed with your direct examination.
Dr. Burgess, last Friday you had started to discuss this model, if you will, this neurobiological model to explain the fear responses of traumatized persons.
Yes.
Now, before this, the research that led to the construction of this particular model, was there a substantial amount of research and literature on the observed behaviors with respect to fear of traumatized persons?
Yes, there was.
And was there in this research common patterns of how sexually molested children, abused children, war veterans, rape victims, accident victims, and other traumatized people dealt with fear?
Yes, there was.
And would you describe for the juries what that behavioral model was?
Well, the behavioral model did describe the various symptoms that included the hyperarousal, the being on guard, the scanning of the environment, and also what's called the startle reflex, that traumatized persons would have a higher level of being startled. There were also other symptoms that were described in the behavioral literature that looked at what we call anxious symptoms, avoidance symptoms, and other kinds of symptoms.
And under this behavioral model, was there efforts to understand such things as hypervigilance, which I think involves scanning the environment for cues?
Yes.
And the anxiety, the sort of across-the-board anxiety of battered and abused women, battered and abused children?
Yes.
And when you talk about avoidance, what kinds of behaviors were demonstrating avoidance?
Avoidance behaviors would be considered some of withdrawing from activities, being depressed, all the way to even some suicide ideation, suicidal thoughts.
And those were common symptoms in this class of people?
Yes, they were identified in the literature.
Now, was there also a behavioral model for the intrusive thoughts, or what we've called flashbacks?
Yes,
Okay.
Yes, there was.
And what were those things considered under the behavioral model?
Under the behavioral model, the type of treatment that was generally used was talking therapy, psychotherapy, cognitive therapy. There are a wide range of models considered under psychotherapy.
What was that symptom, though, of recurrent thoughts or full-blown flashbacks with very little cueing, if you will, very little common characteristics starting the process up?
Right.
What were they considered?
Well, they were considered, they were just considered recurring thoughts, and they may also have been treated by a more behavioral type of model where they would try to extinguish the thought. It's called thought stopping. They would encourage the person to, the minute the thought came into the mind, to put it out of the mind.
And those therapies, either the behavioral thought stopping or the talking therapy, strike that. What was the purpose of talking therapy to try to give insight so the person would understand why they were reacting?
Yes, that's the purpose.
And in traditional therapy, is there an expectation that if a person has insight as to why they're behaving, they can then modify the behavior or the feelings?
Yes, that's the intent.
Now, were these talking therapies or behaviorist therapies effective with traumatized people to either stop the intrusive thoughts or to get rid of these hyperarousals, scannings, startles, anxieties? Were they working?
Well, they were not working certainly in a population group of traumatized persons.
And based on that, is that when you and others started looking for a biological explanation for why these things were not reachable through therapy?
Yes.
Now, you told us a little bit about this system, these regions in the brain that control a person's reactions to fear-inducing stimulus.
Yes.
There are two charts up on the board. One is a schematic, I guess, and one is a cross-section of the brain. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you utilize those charts to try to explain to the jurors how information processing in this area, fear, operates in the brain?
Yes.
Okay.
May I?
Push.
If we take this large, what's called a mid-sagittal view of the human brain, you can see that there are kind of like layers here. And the one that we're most interested in terms of the limbic system is this section that is actually colored in. You can see how it extends. It's a fairly long area, this being more of a cortical area. If we move over to this, this is now a simplified representation of the limbic system, which is this. We've now moved here, and what becomes very important in terms of the fear response are three areas within all of these structures. This is the hypothalamus, this is the hippocampus, and this is the amygdaloid complex. And this is very critical because this sits at the base of the brain, which is.
Dr. Burgess, if you could move into the witness box or on the other side so that the jury.
Yes, we have to remember we have a jury in the audience as well.
Okay. Let's
Very
see up here.
cumbersome, but.
Okay, the three brain regions that are most important in the limbic system is this is the hippocampus, this is the hypothalamus, and the amygdaloid section, which is very important for, they contain a bundle of nerve cells, these neurons. This is very, very important regarding the fear component.
Now, do we know through how fear information like the truck coming down the street, where that information goes in the brain?
It would, this is the base of the brain, and this would be the amygdaloid section, which there's a lot of nerve cells there, neurons, and it would start at this particular point, but then it activates. As those neurons start sending out their messages, it starts to activate throughout the limbic system.
Okay, if you can resume your seat. When this information activates, is that those physical responses and the release of hormones? Is that what the body does?
Yes, as it goes up to the rest of the brain, it activates the the stress hormones, brain hormones.
Now, that happens in everybody.
Yes.
And I believe you started to tell us on Friday that there are stages of this processing of fear response.
Yes.
And what is the first stage called?
Yes. The first stage is the preparatory stage.
Now, what is the biological activity going on in the preparatory stage?
That's when the first signal that there is danger in the environment comes in to the brain.
And this release of stress hormones, is that part of this stage as well?
Yes, that would alert the organism to it must do something.
Now, you say it must do something.
Yes.
Why must the organism do something?
Because the most basic instinct in any human is survival, and that is the purpose of this alarm system, is to protect the individual from harm in order to survive.
And that's why it has to do something when the truck's coming down the street.
Yes.
Okay. Now, what is the second stage?
The second stage is what the person actually does. That is the fight, flight. They take action. Body is prepared to act, and it either must act against the danger or it must retreat. It must try to flee the danger.
And that's the example you gave of either you jump back to the curb or you run across the street.
Yes.
Now, what thinking is going on as we understand it? What rational processing of options and alternatives is going on between the truck is coming down the street and I jump back on the curb?
No thinking. Automatic response.
Now, has this component of the model, the fact that there is no thinking, been studied and examined and researched and written about?
Yes.
And in what situations has it been found that there is just an automatic response?
Well, in the situations where certainly the Appalachia snail studies that,
Well, you're going to have to, I know.
Oh.
Anna Marie's going to want you to spell Appalachia snail.
APLYSIA.
Okay. Now, what is an Appalachia snail?
It's a sea snail.
Sea snail.
Sea snail.
And why are we interested in snails?
It has very important, in the base of the brain, it has larger nerves and so forth to study. So from a research standpoint, it provides a nice viewing of these nerves for the researchers.
Okay. And how does studying the snail tell us that there is no thinking but automatic instinctive survival activity going on?
Well, they've studied the avoidant, in other words, the fleeing part of that. And they have noticed that with some stimulation of these nerve bodies that the memory, the short-term memory, will last up to an hour. With more chronic or more prolonged, if you will, stimulation of these nerves, there is actually been noted the genetic recoding. And the way it's described in the literature is it goes from the RNA changes to the DNA, one being the transmission, one being the translation.
Okay. But I think I was asking you actually something more basic than that. Okay.
Okay.
And that is, for example, hypothetically, let's say you're in an automobile and somebody cuts you off.
Yes.
Okay. Very close.
Yes.
Now, are you cognitively thinking, I better turn the steering wheel and I better hit the brake, or do you just turn the steering wheel and hit the brake?
Just automatically respond. You don't think. Hopefully you have responded in a way that avoids the danger.
Now, this has been noted in all sorts of traumatic situations, has it not, that people and animals just act?
Yes.
Okay. The snail experiment, the snail studies, those actually proved that there was automatic changes in the genetic structure as a result of trauma.
Yes. The research suggested that. Yes.
So it supports the biological notion that these activities are automatic and not. Let me ask you this. What is the difference in the function? What is the main function, for example, of the cortical area or the cerebral cortex, that bigger part that's on top of the limbic system?
Right. That's our thinking. That's where cognitions or thoughts or the whole way we organize our thinking is based or housed.
And did these experiments on the snails indicate that in response to prolonged stress, signals don't even get into that cognitive part?
Well, in snails, we don't have any evidence that they think.
But there were other
So-
experiments with other animals
Yes.
that have shown what?
Well, yes. Well, the importance of these lower level animals and snails, et cetera, is that we do share in our survival brain these structures. So that is what becomes very important in that type of research on the basic, what's called universal instinct of survival.
You say we have a survival brain. humans still have a survival brain?
Yes, we actually have 3 levels to brain. This has been well documented in the literature by Paul MacLean, whose research describes what he calls the triune brain in evolution.
The what brain?
Triune, Triune, triune brain in evolution.
Is that like 3-level brain? Is
Yes.
that what that means?
Yes,
And so even though we've evolved, we still have that original survival brain,
yes,
like the snail.
that's correct.
Okay. Now,
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
are there in fact efforts made with people who have to work under traumatic conditions to take advantage of this notion of automatic response?
Yes.
And would you describe what those efforts are, who these populations of people are?
Okay. Well, persons that work under high stress need to be prepared to be able to automatically respond. And those would include such populations as soldiers going into combat. It would be, we see this and train in terms of nurses in the emergency department, to be able to automatically respond when a very stressful situation occurs.
In other words, so that they don't fight or flee, but do what they have to do.
Yes,
So this is an effort to actually override what the automatic response would be, to train them to do what's logically and reasonably necessary for their work.
yes, you want them to be able to think clearly, stay calm, be able to attend to the task at hand.
And I take it that's not something that people who are in this fear response are able to do.
That is correct.
Now, what is it that the research shows happens to people who have been severely traumatized, whether in one big event or repeatedly, that makes them and their reaction different than the ordinary model?
What is important in traumatized populations is they begin to read the cues differently. This is what we call the rewiring, and they will read more danger into cues than necessarily a non-traumatized population.
Now, you've talked about, and others have talked about hypervigilance before. Let me give you a hypothetical. If you have a person, let's, for the sake of this hypothetical, assume it's a battered wife, okay, who knows that on Friday nights when her husband comes home from the bar, if they didn't have his favorite beer, he's going to beat her up. Okay, let's take that
Yes.
as a hypo. And the husband comes home with the bar and says they didn't have Miller. Okay.
Yes.
Hypothetically, she could start to experience a severe fear reaction because she has this special knowledge of what they didn't have Miller means.
Yes.
Now, if she then becomes very fearful, very frightened, she's not wrong, is she, to be fearful then?
No, she has this knowledge of her husband.
Okay. So when we're talking about traumatized populations reading cues differently, they're not necessarily being irrational to be afraid.
No.
Okay, but what has been learned now about what the brain does with people who have been, I guess, overly frightened or repeatedly frightened?
Yes.
Okay, what is it that we've learned is happening?
Well, what we've learned is that they stay in a very high arousal state. They are very anxious, maybe very frightened. They also have this ability to scan, or constantly scanning the environment to see if there's danger. And they also can be very startled very easily because of their reading of cues in the environment.
And the research then into the brain structure has shown what?
Well, the research has shown that as you increase and provide, especially chronic fear or continued fear, that this is the explanation for the recoding, the genetic recoding or the rewiring or whatever term. They are now going to react quite differently, and there is a neurobiological basis to what has been observed
So
behaviorally.
they actually have different cells than they had before, or different contents to those cells that keep them on this level of anxiety and arousal?
Well, the coding is different. It's the message that is sent. Our neurons send us messages, and that's what goes back and forth in the brain.
So it sends higher level of arousal messages.
Yes.
And is there reason to believe that even the general anxiety state is because they're constantly sending a message, a fear message of some sort?
Yes, they may keep the person at this very high level of anxiety.
Now, was there something that was understood by the term trauma learning that this now also gives a biological underpinning to?
Yes, the term trauma learning is a term that's been coined actually by Dr. Carol Hartman in terms of this phenomenon, because all of this activity is in the service of learning in the brain.
What is the brain learning through this activity?
Well, as the brain experiences, it sends these messages. So that is one of the bases for learning.
In other words, learning how to deal with fearful situations?
Yes.
Now, is there also an understanding of what happens to traumatized people who can neither fight nor flee?
Yes.
And what are the circumstances where that occurs?
Well, what happens when somebody is in such a situation, they go into this third phase, which is really the numbing phase, and they stay quite numb, if you will, to ongoing activity.
Can you give us examples of populations or people who are in situations where they can neither fight nor flee?
Yes, children certainly are a good example of populations because they don't have the equipment, if you will, to be able to fight or flee. Persons that are trapped in some type of like a hostage type of situation, they can't get out. Concentration camp persons, even natural disasters. I suppose you could have people that are unable to get out of a hurricane or something like that.
Well, let's focus for the moment on children. Children in what kinds of situations have been, strike all that. The study of children in situations where they can't fight or flee, okay?
Yes.
Specifically, what circumstances have you researched and studied?
I've studied children who have been abused, who have either been directly abused or have also witnessed abusing situations, violence within the home or examples such as that.
For the moment, let's take as an example a child who's being sexually molested.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
Is that, generally speaking, a traumatic incident to a child?
Yes, it is.
And how does the fight-flight mechanism work or fail to work for children in that kind of traumatic situation?
Generally, children are unable to extricate themselves or to get out of the situation, and they stay in it, both because for many reasons.
Okay. With respect to the body, okay, you've indicated there's this preparatory stage, these hormones get released. Now you're supposed to take action.
Yes,
And you're talking about people who can't take action for whatever reason.
that's right.
So do the hormones just go away? Does some little message go off and say, oh, we can't take action, we'll all go home?
No,
What happens?
The mind takes over. For example, in the flight part, one of the things that can happen is that the mind literally puts itself into another topic, and that's something that's called daydreaming, or technical term is dissociation. But they put their mind elsewhere so that they do not have to attend to what actually is occurring to them.
And that they do that during the offensive acts themselves.
Yes, they do.
And does that make the stress hormones go away, or are they still pumping?
No, the stress hormones are still pumping.
Now, is there something that's been observed, therefore, with people who get trapped in situations where they can't fight or flee, based on the fact that the stress hormones keep pumping?
Well, when those hormones keep pumping, they are influencing certainly the brain structure. So that is what's called the overriding component to the alarm system.
What do you mean by an overriding component?
When there is too much activity in the brain hormones and the person cannot extricate themselves from the situation, that is what generally moves the person into either the dissociation, the thinking of other things, or the numbing is in the service of survival.
You said an overriding component. Is this also, I think you've referred to it before as overwhelming?
Yes, overwhelming, yes.
And in your neurobiological model, is it therefore at least believed, that children who have been exposed to these situations, who have these overwhelming stress reaction and dissociate or numb, does that leave them with these symptoms we've talked about, this high anxiety, high arousal?
Yes.
Do they remain in a state of overstimulation, basically?
Well, they can't stay in a total state of overwhelm. That's just not the way the body operates in any type of situation. So there is what's called some coping, a way of managing it, or actually an adaptation to the abuse.
Why do they remain? Why doesn't it all just go away after each episode, though, and then they are back to square one like anybody else?
Well, the resetting phenomenon doesn't occur because they're still in an abusive situation if you're talking about a ongoing type of situation. If it's a one-time situation, that might be quite different.
So the notion is that they're always kept at some high level of anxiety because of the ongoing nature of the abusive situation.
Yes.
Now, we tend to think that people get used to bad things, okay?
Yes.
That if you're frightened a lot, you should get used to that and be less frightenable, if you will. Do these models and this research support that theory, or are they, in fact, the opposite?
Well, there can be the adaptation. As I say, they will learn through the trauma learning. They're going to learn how to deal with it. It's not going to be a healthy way, we say, but they certainly, they learn to deal with it. And again, you have to look at each situation to see how they do adapt.
But if I understand what you're saying, basically what the research has shown is that people who have been traumatized frighten more easily than other people.
Oh, yes, they do.
So they don't get used to it in that sense.
Not in that sense, no.
And the coping strategies that children come up with to deal with abuse, such as sexual abuse or other abuse, typically, what are they?
Well, some of the coping mechanisms, the other important one is the fight aspect. You will get children, especially very young children, who will protest in terms of hitting at the abuser or hitting at someone or crying. Crying is another verbal way, if you will, of fighting, so that you will hear symptoms along that line with very young children. Other symptoms, again, you would look for the age of the child to see where along the continuum there would be symptoms.
I mean, when we talk about fighting, we're all picturing like, fisticuffs, but
Yeah.
you're really talking about is rejecting or efforts to reject the abuse or to,
Yes, we call it protest behaviors that if you take a careful history, you often can find, again, especially in young children, some manner in which they've tried to protest it.
and would threats to run away or attempts to run away in an older child constitute protest behavior?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would hiding in the closet or trying to elude the abuser constitute protest behaviors?
Yes.
Now, I think that you said that this neurobiological model now accepts the notion that there is recoding of the brain on the basis of the exposure to trauma.
Yes.
With a child under, say, the age of 3, has the brain been fully coded, I mean, in its original or baseline form yet?
No, it has not.
So if you have a child under the age of 3 who is subject to traumatic episodes, is the original coding of that child's brain different than it would have been, hypothetically, without the trauma?
Yes.
So can you preset a child from a very early age to be hypersensitive and hyperaroused to fear?
Yes, you can.
Now, turning back for a moment to how this whole system is activated during, say, an abusive episode on a child, yes? This anxiety that this kind of behavior creates, how does this affect in the long term such a child?
Well, it's going to affect various aspects of its development because that's going to be carried into each developmental stage.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, as children develop, there are tasks that must be mastered for them to be able to move on to the next task. And that's generally the way one looks at child development. So when you have the anxiety, that is also going to influence those phases.
Is there some notion that a child coping with this kind of trauma and stress from an early age can't get out of the past somehow?
Yes, that's precisely one of the problems is their mind continually goes back to the abusive situation.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
And how does that interfere with learning?
And that's going to interfere with learning because the mind keeps going back and doesn't push on to present and future. Good mental health generally looks at people who can stay present and future oriented.
Now, also, I think you said that one of the coping strategies is this notion of dissociating
Yes.
or this notion of numbing. Are those the same things or are they different?
They're really different.
Okay. Why don't you describe, I think you described what dissociating is. It means
Yes.
sending your mind somewhere.
Yeah, that's a more cognitive kind of function, whereas the numbing is much more of a physiological feeling, affect type of phenomenon.
So in a numbing coping response, the child just doesn't feel things physically, or does he not feel things emotionally also?
Yeah, they really are separated from the thought. In other words, they're cut off. Sometimes it's described as somebody's cut off from their feelings.
Now, let's assume you have a child who's in this kind of environment where they're being exposed to these traumas. Do they tend just to dissociate during trauma, or does it become a habit, if you will, of mind?
Yeah, it really can become a habit of mind.
And
Yes.
when you're examining, say, the background of a child, are you looking for evidence of this dissociating outside of the actual abuse incidents?
Yes, I am.
And what do you frequently find?
that you will find a number of reports stating that this is going on. It won't be stated as dissociation, but it will say the child is not necessarily concentrating in school, or seems to be daydreaming a lot, or is looking out the window, or is not able to follow the activities in the classroom.
And that's what this looks like from the outside in a child dissociating.
Yes, this is what another person would generally observe.
Now, this other notion of numbing is, does the literature support the notion that abused children tend not to relate the incidents with a great deal of emotional affect?
Yes,
Is that related to this notion of numbing?
yes.
And would you explain that?
Well, they are cut off from the feeling so that when they describe what has happened, they're able to do it. They're able to describe in a rather perfunctory way what has necessarily occurred. And what we say the affect, the emotion, does not necessarily match the statement. And that would sometimes be in the initial stages of an evaluation.
Now, and then ultimately, perhaps the children get back in touch and are able to be emotional and,
Well, that's the purpose of treatment.
okay. Let's talk about, though, this notion of a child who's been through this history. When they're in a new stressful situation, would you tend to find them using these coping strategies, dissociating and numbing?
Yes,
Like if they're testifying in a courtroom in a trial where their life is at stake, would you tend to think they'd rely on old defenses like dissociation and numbing?
yes.
Objection sustained. The answer is strict.
Is courtroom, the structure of a courtroom and the method of examining a witness, is that something that produces anxiety usually in the people on the witness stand?
Yes.
If those people have a history of being particularly sensitive to stress and pressure, could it cause them to fall back on coping devices from the past?
Yes, it could.
Now, one point, when you've talked about this brain recoding, which is an actual change in the genetic structure,
Yes, the transmission of the message.
can the brain ever be recoded back to normal? Do we know?
Well, there are efforts now to begin to attend to this. Whether it gets back, I'm not sure that we have that research, but we do have efforts to influence through medication the brain chemistry.
But short of intervention through medication, the brain doesn't just automatically recode itself if the particular stressful situations stop, for example.
No, but if there's a reduction of the stressful situation, that's a major step forward. That's what you always try to do in any situation, is to eliminate the trauma.
So these people may get better then.
Yes.
And at some point, could their tendency, for example, to be highly anxious and hypervigilant diminish over time?
Yes.
Would that happen even without treatment, or does it require?
It generally requires treatment.
You had said that these were the symptoms that couldn't even be treated with usual talk therapy.
Yes.
Now, you said that there are some adaptions that abused people or traumatized people make so that they can survive in an ongoing way.
Yes.
If something changes, if some new element or new crisis comes in, do those adaptions work?
No, they do not.
And then are these people likely to experience these really extreme fear reactions?
Yes, they are.
Now, going back to this notion of trauma learning, okay, how long does the impact of this last on a child's life?
It can be long lasting.
Okay, what are some of the impacts that you can see in some of the behavioral or psychological impacts that you can see?
We notice many impacts in terms of you can get what's called the more internalizing type of reactions where there's withdrawal, there may be depression, there may be serious suicidal thinking. Then you can get what's called more of the externalizing symptoms where there is more of a showing of the distress in a behavioral way. So you can get schoolroom, classroom kinds of symptoms, acting up, if you will, in a classroom, not being able to sit still. Things in which children's behavior becomes a problem.
Okay. What effect does it have on the child's concept of self?
It is very negative to the child's concept of self. It makes the child feel worthless, helpless. All of those types of negative feelings generally come into play.
Now, this notion of helplessness, is this a notion that runs through examination of traumatized people of various types?
Yes, it does.
There's a term that's usually applied in battered women cases of learned helplessness. Does something similar occur to children?
Yes, you can see a non-assertive. They're not in any way able to defend themselves. So you see a much more passive presentation with children.
Now, apart from this sort of personality projection, does a child who's been in these situations repeatedly where they can't fight and they can't flee, do they approach problem solving the same way as a child who's been able to influence what happens to them, who has had some control?
No, they don't.
Okay, and can you explain the difference?
Well, the problem-solving skills, which are very important cognitive skills, if you will, and certainly all relate to the way information comes in, may well be severely influenced in terms of they just haven't learned them. They've been focusing on other kinds of things so that they may perceive a situation differently. They have not had the experience that other non-traumatized children have.
You understand that in the theoretical framework of, I want to go back for a moment to the battered wife, when the question is posed, why don't battered wives just walk out the door? The theoretical answer is learned helplessness.
Mm-hmm.
Are there more than just that reason as to why children don't just walk out the door?
Well, children, yes, there are more reasons why children don't. They may have no place to go. They may have no safety aspect. They certainly may be small that they can't, and they also are very connected with their parents. There are a lot of mitigating factors that a child still believes that the parent is the most important person, and they feel very much connected with the parent.
But is helplessness, this helplessness learning, if you will, or this learning to be helpless, something that continues into adolescence and even young adulthood in abused children?
Yes, if it's not interrupted, yes.
And for those children, even if they're old enough theoretically to walk out the door, does helplessness play a role?
Yes.
And what role does it play?
It keeps them tied into the situation. They don't see their options. They can't think of what else to do. So we do see that phenomenon with adolescents.
Do most abused children run away, or do most abused children stay there and take it? Based on the research in the literature.
Objection sustained to the former question.
Based on, there have been numerous studies, have there not, of abused and molested children?
Yes.
And particularly in the incest and home abuse setting. Okay?
Yes.
To focus on domestic abuse rather than abuse by strangers.
Yes.
And there's statistical studies done in this area as well, are there not?
Yes, there are.
To assess the extent of various forms of child abuse in this country and in this state currently?
Yes.
And do abused and molested children tend to leave the home routinely?
No, they don't.
Now, do people who have had this experiencing and re-experiencing of trauma have a sense, you've talked about helplessness, do they also have a sense of isolation?
Yes, they do.
And what causes that?
Well, the isolation very often is something that's imposed by the abuser to keep the child from persons that they may be able to talk to, so that you do see a family, in the case of a family situation, where the children are kept away from friends, other family members.
Now, when you say kept away, do you have to be totally locked off for, permanently to have a sense of being isolated from other people?
No, it can be from the way that it's stated in the family, the rules of the family, so to speak.
Do children who have experienced trauma learning, in the sense that they have been frightened by an abuser in the family, tend to be easier to control by way of rule setting?
Yes, they do.
Is there a notion in behavioral literature that terror is an effective tool for discipline?
Yes.
And I think you've already indicated that abused children, particularly sexually molested children, tend to be compliant and passive.
Objection,
Rephrase the question.
Yes, I think you've indicated that sexually abused children, for there to be long-term abuse, tend to be passive and compliant.
Yes.
Is that because they like it?
No, it is not.
Do they like it?
No, they do not.
Now, is one of the distinctions between, when we come to these issues of isolation and helplessness and inability to come up with alternatives for their situation, one of the distinctions between children raised in such an environment and battered women, that battered women at least have earlier life experiences
That's correct.
in which they could have problem solved or had responsibility for themselves?
Yes.
Overall, the answer will stand.
Now, I want to go back for a moment to the actual fear response, okay?
Yes.
The physical signs of this fear response are what?
Increased heart rate, blood pressure increase, sweating, all of the autonomic nervous system symptoms. There are more, but those are the general ones that people feel.
When people describe things like tingling and their scalp, people talk about their hair standing on end and chills running down their spine. Are there actual biological causes for that?
Yes.
Linkages?
Yes.
And when a person who has this, you talked about the kindling or rekindling effect on Friday.
Yes, I did.
Would you describe to us what that is?
Well, the kindling effect is where in a traumatized person, they have a certain level of the fear, so that when the new they perceive in their environment a new cue, it takes much less for that to flare up, if you will, so that it really explains that higher level of fear response than in non-traumatized persons.
And when these persons are experiencing this trauma response, do they get all the same physical signs and symptoms that anybody else would?
Yes, they do in the situation. Yes, yes.
Now, is there research that indicates that that one of the side effects of this alteration in the neurobiological structure is a change in the serotonin levels that the body produces.
Yes.
What is serotonin?
Well, serotonin is an important brain hormone that modulates and regulates and keeps at this even keel, if you will, so that the neurons can transmit back and forth. So it's a very important chemical part of the brain.
And is it believed that people who have undergone these genetic changes due to exposure to trauma have a lower serotonin level than non-traumatized populations?
Yes, they have a lower level.
And you talked about medication as an intervention. Is this one of the areas where they're seeking now to medicate to raise the serotonin level?
Oh, yes, they do. You actually can raise the serotonin level by prescribing certain medicines.
Which medicines are effective in doing that?
There are several by trade name. Prozac is one, Zoloft is one, Wellbutrin is another, I believe.
And are these then the kinds of medications that are now being prescribed for traumatized people to help overcome what this genetic remapping may have done?
Yeah. Well, it's done also for depression and suicidality as well as the traumatized. I mean, there are other populations
Right.
that benefit from that.
Oh, I know. I think we've all heard about Prozac, but
Yes.
All right, we have a juror who needs a break, so we'll take a recess and we'll resume in 15 minutes. Don't discuss the matter with anyone. Don't form.
And this particular witness is going to be tested.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Testifying at their request. And I don't think the prosecution should be hamstrung in cross-examination and the testing of the evidence in a situation where the defense is seeking to have the testimony put on, but wants to have the testimony put on in the light most favorable to their case. I can understand the court's limitations in the case of Eric Menendez testifying, wherein the Lyman industry objected. But in this particular case, they're really seeking to have their cake and eat it too, with regards to limiting the prosecution to full and complete cross-examination. And so I think that the similarity has a large distinction in that people should not be hamstrung in their ability to impeach the origins of the opinions and the origins of the information which led to the opinions by this method. Because what would happen then is the Lyman industry would get an incomplete picture of the testimony of Dr. Burgess because the people would be unable to fully cross-examine.
I'm unaware of the specifics of her testimony before one or both juries as to what exactly will be brought out. And without knowing that, it's difficult to evaluate this matter as to what issues would be pertinent for impeachment or cross-examination. All right.
basically what she's going to talk about is we're now shifting into the area of her assessment of Eric Menendez as a victim of incest. And she's going to generally describe the research on sexual abuse of children and incest and patterns of incest and how children respond to incest. She's going to focus on boys as sexual molestation victims and the special problems that they have. We're going to talk about reporting of sexual abuse by children, why they do, why they don't. She's going to offer her opinion on Eric's history of reporting and non-reporting the abuse. She's going to talk about how she evaluates a claim of sexual molestation, the things that she looks for, the methods that she uses, the factors that are important in her coming to an opinion. And she's going to talk about Eric Menendez's history of sexual molestation and how she validated it, or I suppose failed to, but in fact she did validate it. She's going to assess the severity of the sexual molestation of Eric, given the history. She's going to talk about how children cope with this kind of ongoing behavior. She's going to talk about what would be ameliorative factors in Eric's life that kept him from suicide and mental illness. And then she's going to talk about other related issues in the case. Now, I have notations that she is going to address, but I have it in front of Eric's jury only because co-counsel did notify me Saturday of their interest in having me testify in front of both juries. The burglary information, which will be going into the room in front of Eric's jury. I have no intention of mentioning screenplay since the screenplays never came in. She may peripherally refer to the Craig Signorelli wire conversation, but only in front of Eric's jury. In any event, under other related issues, she's going to talk about the general issue of truthfulness versus non-truthfulness. Going to talk about the significance of certain parental behaviors in the last days and weeks before the shootings. She's going to talk about the 5 critical factors that the people are aware of. Much of this, by the way, they do have her report. The 5 critical factors of the last few days that led to the homicides. She's going to talk about, at that point, she's going to pull out some of these materials we've been talking about with respect to trauma learning in the limbic system to talk about indicia of hypervigilance during those last few days and how this crisis interacted with the trauma learning experience. She's going to talk about the specific concept of special knowledge with respect to those last few days. And she's going to talk about the fear response and the consistency between the reports of the fear response as testified to by Eric Menendez and the research on how people function under these kinds of fearful situations. And that's what she's going to do.
What was the reference to truthfulness versus non-truthfulness? What was that about?
Well, that has to do with, did she consider in her evaluation what had been claimed by the prosecution repeatedly as evidence of Eric's lack of truthfulness, his quote, lying to the police, and she will address that issue.
And in reference to burglaries and Signorelli conversations?
The reference to the burglaries, she's going to simply give her interpretation of what the burglaries, how they fit in the matrix. Because obviously she's assessing what she needs to know, basically everything he did. And so she will give her assessment of the significance of the burglaries.
These played a role in her evaluation?
Well, she certainly had to consider them, Your Honor. I mean, if she had not considered it, she'd be impeachable as a whole.
And as
looked at the whole record.
regarding the Signorelli conversations, this was something she considered as well?
Well, the only thing about the Signorelli conversation, no. I mean, it's not considered in order to validate her opinion. She dismisses the Signorelli conversation.
As things that never happened?
No, as not an example of lying that has any significance in her assessment, because there's 2 teenagers boasting and BSing, if you will, with each other. And she's, well, basically that's what she'd say about it. The prosecution has this theme, unsupported by data, that Eric Menendez attempted to divert attention for the crimes to someone else. Well, that never comes up at all in any way, shape, or form in his interviews with the police. And Mr. Menendez has testified as to why he was making references to get Mr. Signorelli to stop revealing his information in Santa Barbara, what he was telling him in the course of that conversation. So if necessary, I mean, I'm not sure she's going to address these issues on direct or on cross, but this is within the scope of what she's prepared to address. Since Mrs. Bozanich asked those questions of Dr. Tyler, Dr. Burgess is equally prepared to deal with them.
All right. And did the defendant, Lyle Menendez, wish to respond to this offer that's been outlined by Ms. Abramson?
Yes, just to add, Your Honor, that based on the testimony thus far, it appears that the evidence of the burglaries, to the extent that it plays into her analysis at all, would be used as support for her analysis as opposed to impeachment, in the sense that she described acting out behavior as a symptom of abused children. And that's my belief, that she would use that in an affirmative sense, and that therefore that by excluding that information from consideration by the Lyle Menendez jury, the court would not be excluding evidence which is of significant probative impeaching value to her diagnosis, or not her diagnosis, but her evaluation.
Well, that would be for the jury to
I
decide,
understand
not
that.
for the court.
No, my point is that in looking just at that information, and that's the evidence that concerns us the most here, it is not in the overall analysis something that can be characterized as highly probative of impeaching whatever she's going to say in her examination. And as to the point made by the prosecution that we're attempting to have our cake and eat it too, I don't think that's a fair assessment. The people put us into a position of accepting Eric Menendez's testimony, and we're now in a position of having to corroborate that testimony to a certain extent. And I don't think it's fair that we should be put in a situation where the only time we can produce cooperation is if we accept all the inadmissible evidence that the court thus far has been careful to maintain with respect to the Lyle Menendez jury. So I don't really think it is a situation of taking advantage or having our cake and eating it too. We're in the position we're in because of the people's choice to thrust Eric Menendez in front of our jury, and they did so after the court pointed out to them that there may be certain evidence that would not be admitted in front of the Lyle Menendez jury that in fact would detract from Eric Menendez's credibility. And with that point in mind, people went ahead and chose to have Eric Menendez testify.
I would just point out the court never admitted the burglary evidence as an attack on Eric Menendez's credibility as a prior crime or as a prior conviction, but solely, if I understood correctly, because it had some factual relevance to why he was sent to Dr. Oziel and what the possible parent-child relationship was and how it impacted upon that, but not as a matter of impeachment in any of them.
May I begin on that particular point, Your Honor?
Yes.
The court admitted in the People's Case in Chief evidence of the burglaries under the theories propounded by the prosecution. That theory of admissibility does not preclude the use of the burglaries in the defendant's case for purposes of cross-examining an expert. Once a defendant puts his or her state of mind at issue, then the burglaries are probative on other issues different from the issue or the reason that the evidence was admitted in the people's case. And likewise, the people would argue that the screenplay evidence and other types of evidence which have heretofore been excluded are now relevant for purposes of cross-examination and testing the opinions of an expert who's going to testify in the defendant's mental state on the night in question. So, and this will be coming up too during the cross-examination of the experts of Lyle Menendez, the issues of burglary. Because now it's not just a question of 1101, it's a question of mental state.
Well, Your Honor, this is the first I've heard that people who sit, since they tend not to give notice these days, they just tend to ask questions in front of the juries when they want to go out.
Okay, let's, without editorializing, just state a position here.
I want to make the record that I have not been given notice that the people think all the 402 rulings are now out in the twilight zone, and they are now entitled to ask our experts any question they want about anything about the defendants that they think they have.
All right, well, certainly any such matters will be discussed outside the presence of the jury before they are raised by the prosecution. But regardless of that, there could be the possibility of these matters becoming relevant without knowing exactly what this witness will say and how she'll say it. I can't preclude some matters being the subject of inquiry that have been ruled inadmissible on some other basis earlier in the trial. I'm not suggesting that anything will change. It's just a possibility, and that's the nature of cross-examination. In regards to the burglary situation, it's a factor that was considered. This witness apparently is in a position to minimize its significance and to downplay it and to actually apparently to make it a point of explanation as to the defendant Eric Menendez's situation. Certainly the prosecution should be in a position to contest that and refute that if they choose to do so. And that would deal with the issue of the witness's credibility.
But Your Honor, there's only one jury that's supposed to determine Eric Menendez's credibility and therefore.
No, it's not his credibility. It's the witness's credibility that will be at issue here. And the prosecution should have a right to test that credibility, not be restricted in doing so by such limitations. And I understand the position of Lyle Menendez that he does not want to have this material before his jury. However, until I hear more about what she says in detail, I can't evaluate and can't tell you out front that this is material that would be subject to exclusion before his jury until I'm in a position to evaluate it. It's a different context than it was dealing with the testimony of the defendants.
It is a different context, but there's one additional aspect to the burglaries that I think is important here, which is that should the court rule cross-examination about the burglaries to be proper, the Eric Menendez jury has a stipulation to work with. And that stipulation was entered into without our participation, and it's a stipulation which includes acknowledgement of Lyle Menendez's participation. That would be a subject of litigation if we found ourselves in a position of having to refute the burglaries if they came up in cross-examination of our experts.
Well, but the burglaries and the fact that Lyle Menendez was or may have been involved in them and the relationship of Eric Menendez to Lyle Menendez and what, if any, significance that relationship had and what, if any, significance their respective roles in the burglary played in that relationship and the situation or condition of Eric Menendez are all matters that could very well be subject of cross-examination. And it would be artificial to preclude that from being brought out. So it could very well be that if the subject of the burglaries comes out, Lyle Menendez's participation in them would come out because it deals with Eric Menendez's reaction to the entire circumstance surrounding the burglaries and as to his relationship with his brother. And perhaps there is some significance between or connection between that sort of criminal activity and the activity of August the 20th. I don't know that until there's some examination on it.
My point, though, is that all may be true. In other words, everything the court said may come to pass, but the stipulation seems to me to present a different issue because that's something we were never involved in. And should that come before our jury?
I mean, just reciting the stipulation.
Right.
Well, it could come out by way of examining the witness as to her understanding of what occurred as a basis for her opinion. If she has considered the circumstance of the burglary in any fashion as to what information she had and things of that sort. So it could very well come out without a stipulation and perhaps quite a bit more than was included in the stipulation. I have no way of knowing. Some did. Some additional details did come out during the cross-examination of Eric Menendez and especially during the examination of Dr. Tyler.
Your Honor, I'd just like to go on without being interrupted, if that were possible. And that has to do with the fact that I sort of have a deja vu all over again here. When we first began the 402 hearings with respect to the burglaries, I think the court made it very clear that the one theory of admissibility that the court would not accept is the notion that because Eric and Lyle Menendez committed a burglary of the Ginsburg home on July 14th of 1988, that would, under 1101, be admissible because they later committed the shooting of their parents under very different circumstances. Now, I'm certainly not going to suggest, and my expert certainly isn't going to testify, my client has not testified,
that there was anything in the commission of that Ginsburg burglary that led to the shootings a year later. Now, obviously, the people would love to speculate on that, would love to get into that area, assuming they ever had any evidence to support it, which they don't. But I think the court is hypothesizing too far afield. All my experts can say that the burglary is that adolescents act out, abused adolescents act out, and based on statements that my client made to her about why the first episode occurred, it seems consistent to her with particular symptoms that abused kids seem to experience. And that is it. I mean, that's all we're getting into now.
Okay, that's what you would bring out during the direct examination. I don't know what she'll answer in response to questions asked of her during cross-examination. Those have not been prepared in advance, so we don't know what the questions will be, and we don't know what her answers will be. And I agree, the evidence articulated the reasons at the time for that particular evidence to be received. But when the defense puts on its case, perhaps that same evidence, which was received for a limited purpose, can be utilized or evaluated in the context of other issues. The defense has put on evidence that the defendants had all the money in the world to spend prior to the crimes and didn't need any money. I suppose the prosecution can argue they committed these burglaries and they got the proceeds of the burglaries. And does that contradict that evidence? That's something that was not the subject of their offer of proof, and it was not subject to the court's ruling at the time the evidence was received. This is something that has arisen afterwards, and it's not a question of the receipt of the evidence. It's perhaps what later on could be used or how the evidence could be used. All right, so all I can say is in anticipation of this witness's examination, until I hear it and the nature of her responses, I can't tell you, Mr. Burt and Ms. Lansing, that reference to the burglaries and Lyle Menendez's participation in them would be excluded.
What about the other types of things that were raised by Mr. Burt? Are those the same type? Is the court saying that those things will not be mentioned, or we're just going to take it as a go?
Well, apparently the Signorelli conversations, again, I don't know exactly what you're going to ask and which statements are at issue here. Again, I don't know. I'd have to wait and see. As far as the spending evidence, that's basically already before the juries, except for one incident, as I recall, involving, or a couple instances involving Eric. Yeah, these are minor things, and I don't know if the prosecution needs to go into those. They don't really change the overall circumstance in the cross-examination of the witness. But to the extent they involved extrinsic evidence or independent evidence that this jury has not had an opportunity to evaluate, I certainly would consider that in deciding whether or not that evidence would be before both juries, since there was evidence taken by witnesses in front of the Eric Menendez jury only. The details of the BBC, there was very marginal additional information brought out before the Eric Menendez jury that wasn't brought out before the Lyle Menendez jury, but very little. It really was of no great significant difference between the two. So anyway, that's the way I look at it. You'll have to make a decision as to how you want to proceed.
It's unfortunate because I think that Dr. Burgess does have some highly relevant evidence to offer on the credibility of Eric Menendez, but in light of the court's ruling, I don't think the Lyle Menendez jury can take the chance that these burglaries will be developed in stipulation, especially when we come before our jury. So it would be our forced election, so to speak, that she not testify in front of our jury.
All right, then it's the joint decision of both counsel that you now would elect not to have Dr. Burgess testify further before the Lyle Menendez jury, and that after the cross-examination that your jury be excused for the balance of her testimony?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. Did you have examination of this witness before both juries, or has it all been encompassed by the examination so far?
No.
It has so far. I think there are a few additional questions in front of both juries. Are you done with your direct exam?
I'm done with the
We have no additional questions.
All right, and how long would the cross-examination take?
I know, in excess of an hour, but I have no way of knowing past that.
All right, then what we'll do is have the juries come in and we'll have cross-examination before both juries and,
So you did that.
Yeah.
I don't know what this is presented. She has a chart of the penal code or some such argument.
No, it's from Dr. Burgess's book. It's the,
No, I showed you the chart that I wanted to use. Okay.
Your Honor, what I did is, I showed you the defense. It's categories of homicide. I believe she testified in direct examination that there are categories of homicide.
Are you talking about the crime classification manual?
Yes, it's from the crime classification manual, which was,
this was part of that FBI work that she was
Yeah.
talking about.
and one of the people on the cover of the book is Beverly Hills, Burgess, who I know is this particular witness because there's a photograph. And so what I've done is just merely taken from the classification, different kinds of homicide. Now, I think this is somewhat akin to the 6 areas of psychological maltreatment.
I think it's.
Except that you can't read that chart.
Exactly.
It's too small.
And I think it's more akin, since it's all the classifications, including those that have nothing whatsoever to do with this case, I think it's more like argument, which is the reason why all these other nice charts on psychological abuse were not. We were not, which were readable, in fact. We were not permitted to use, so we would object to that. She can ask her what are the other categories or.
All right, what you're doing is saying you object to the use of this.
It's a goosey-gander rule.
Okay, yeah, all right. All right, did you want me to look at that?
Sure.
Okay, I can't read it from here, so you have to give it to the clerk so I can look at it.
While you're looking at that, let me submit to you a copy of the table that I was going to take her through, and I didn't do it as a chart. I thought I'd do it as a handout with the board's permission to the jury so they could follow what she was doing.
I thought you had completed your examination, or is this for the next phase? Oh, okay.
Does the court wish to see the origins of the chart?
No,
Okay.
no, I don't see any need for this to be used during the examination of the witness. First of all, it's too small to be seen by the juries and goes into all sorts of irrelevant materials, perhaps some broad categories, but the specifics of all these different subcategories certainly don't need to be brought before this trier of fact. It would be collateral matters. So the court would not permit the use of that.
Right, Your Honor, I have one more thing to bring up before we bring up the jury. I just have some concerns. I believe that Dr. Tyler testified that she had interviewed Lyle Menendez in conducting her evaluation. And I'm just wondering if there are any Fifth Amendment problems where one defendant is calling a witness who has interviewed another defendant who is not calling that witness and therefore is not waiving his Fifth Amendment rights because he hasn't called the witness.
Well, but the defendant did call the witness. Both defendants called this witness because the witness has testified before both juries, and it was the purpose of both defendants to have her testify before both juries as to the testimony so far.
But my concern is now that in speaking specifically about Eric Menendez, who I think only, she will also be making reference to Lyle Menendez. And it seems that even if she talks to Lyle Menendez and relates things that he said to her only for the Eric Menendez jury, the question then becomes, does Lyle Menendez still have a Fifth Amendment right? That was my concern.
It's our position he does. We're not putting into issue that part of her analysis which deals with statements that she relied on by our client or by Eric Menendez.
Well, so far in her testimony, she has not related anything.
Nor did Dr. Tyler, but I'm just thinking that if perhaps I start asking about things that were said by
Well, why would you ask that in front of both juries during this phase of the cross-examination?
Well, I don't know what she's going to say about it. I mean,
Well,
I'm just.
her testimony so far has been non-case specific.
Correct.
So there's no reason for you to bring out during this phase of the examination any reference to the statements made by either defendant, because they have not been the subject of the examination other than just in general that she did interview them, but she certainly has not referred to that and relied upon that during her testimony so far.
Correct, but in fact, because it is non-case specific, I'm going to cross-examine her on that very fact. In other words,
That her testimony so far is not related specifically to this case.
correct, and a distinction between this case and her generic testimony.
All right, well, that's certainly appropriate.
Well, except that the whole idea was that we were gonna do joint testimony before both juries, so she hasn't gotten case specific yet, but she will.
That's understood, and that will come at the next phase of her examination before the Eric Menendez jury.
But it doesn't seem to make sense to permit the prosecution to try to impeach her that she hasn't been case specific when the purpose of this round of testimony is not to be case specific.
But I should.
Well, her opinions so far have not been case specific, so
She hasn't
it's.
offered any opinion.
Yes, she has. She's given all sorts of opinions on things in general and how people behave and react and do things. And those are all subject to examination, and they have not been related to this specific case other than some hypothetical questions that have been asked and some suggestions made during the examination, but she has not made reference to this case and the interviews of the defendants and the facts of this case. So certainly her examinations during this phase by the prosecution can encompass that area of inquiry. Anything else now before we have the juries come in?
Did you say can?
Can, yes. All right, let's have the juries come in.
I wouldn't know if it's 402 rules are going to be observed, and we don't have the same recurrence as with Dr. Tyler would ask the question, but
Yes, the prosecution is admonished not to bring out or attempt to bring out any matters that have been the subject of in limine rulings until we have a hearing at the sidebar or outside the presence of the jury. All right, let's get the jury panels in.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Examination by the prosecution of the witness.
Dr. Burgess, good morning.
Good morning.
The study in which you were involved for the FBI was a study which was aimed at trying to give form to crime analysis. Is that correct? In other words, you were trying to give some sort of scientific construction to crime-solving techniques.
It was actually to describe the crime scene analysis process as enacted by law enforcement.
Okay. But it wasn't just crime scene that you were working on. It was also in helping local law enforcement agencies in detection. In other words, suggestions for search warrants, looking into the victims and how the victims related to the defendants and things like that.
Okay, that's the actual manual that was published, yes.
Okay, and I have here a book, I'm going to hold it up. Is this in fact the manual that was published as a result of the study that you took part in?
Yes, it is.
Okay, for the record, this is a book called Crime Classification Manual, a standard system for investigating and classifying violent crimes.
Perhaps we should mark this.
Well, it's not mine, and I'm not going to offer it into
All right,
evidence.
there's no need at this point to do so.
Now, Dr. Burgess, in this trial, you have testified not only to crime scene analysis, but you've also testified to types of homicides, correct?
Yes, I have.
And you indicated that there were approximately, or is it precisely 32 types of homicides?
Approximately.
Okay, and these types of homicides, that the 32, the number that was come up with, is that part of the study that is contained within this manual?
Correct.
Now, I believe that the manual indicates that there are 4 basic types of homicides, with each one containing subtypes. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The first would be called criminal enterprise homicide, which appears from the manual to be a homicide for some sort of material gain. Would that be correct?
That is correct.
The second kind of larger group of homicide would be a personal cause homicide, which is a killing resulting from emotional conflict. Would that be correct?
Well, it's specific to the person. When it's said personal cause, there would be something specific to the person.
All right, and one person versus a group of people.
Correct.
Okay. The next time is the next kind of the 4 would be the sexual homicide, correct?
That is correct.
And those are the kinds of homicides that are traditionally associated with serial killers.
Yes.
Traditionally.
Yes.
And the last type of the 4 major groups would be group cause homicide, which is where groups of people for non-financial reasons commit homicides to further or achieve their goals.
Yes, that's correct.
So in this particular case, I believe that you classified this particular crime as a personal cause homicide because you classified it as a domestic homicide.
Yes, as the preliminary classification from crime scene. Yes.
All right. Now, when you talk about preliminary classification from crime scene, there are several factors that go into an investigation aside from just looking at the crime scene, correct?
As one gets into the investigation, that's correct.
Okay. Normally, an investigator is first confronted with a crime scene, which is why the investigator got called.
That's correct.
Okay. And then from crime scene, other avenues of investigation are pursued, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. For instance, finding out about possible suspects, correct?
Well, that's the whole goal, is to identify the suspects.
Okay. But one of the ways to do that is to look at the victim, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And look at people who might have a motive to kill the victim.
Yes.
All right. So crime scene classification is just one part of investigation.
Yes.
It's the starting point,
It's a starting point.
aside from the investigator's experience and things like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you participated in this study and ultimately caused this book to be published, the point of it was to aid investigators in solving crime.
Yes.
Okay. And it was not to aid criminals in committing better crimes.
No.
Okay. Now, the information which you've given to these 2 juries about these different classifications and crime scenes which are disorganized and organized, is that information which you have ever lectured on to groups of criminals to help them improve their skills?
No.
Okay.
Not knowingly.
Not knowingly, right? Okay. So you have no way of knowing if the average criminal is familiar with the years of research that you did in order to come to these classifications.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Right.
And in fact, in this case, you have no way of knowing if these particular defendants were familiar with the classifications and the other studies that you did as part of this study for the FBI.
Well, it wasn't published back in '89. This is a recent publication.
All right. And prior to that time, was there any other published form in which someone could get a hold of these classifications so as to better commit a crime?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, when someone talks about a perfect crime, what in your mind is perfect about a perfect crime?
I have no idea.
Cost and speculation.
All right, well, she's answered the question similarly.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Right.
right.
Is,
The answer will stand.
is lack of detection or lack of apprehension a goal of many crimes?
Yes.
And
Well, I'm going to object to the question as being compound, lack of detection and lack of apprehension.
Objection sustained, the answer is strict.
is lack of detection the goal of many crimes?
Again, it may be. It may be.
One of the things that you spoke of in putting together the statistics or the analysis of what a disorganized crime scene was a correlation between the disorganization and I think you said the speed of apprehension.
Yes, that's
Okay.
one factor.
Could you explain to us how that works? In other words, you look at crime scenes and then you figure out how fast the person got caught and you decide that crime scene must have been disorganized?
No, the original study that looked at these 2 factors had serial offenders. In other words, they had committed many, many offenses. And so we were able to enter into the computer a lot of variables related to that. And one of the other factors was that they had been divided into organized and disorganized offenders. And then you look for correlation. And one of the factors that did sift out was that with disorganization, more likely than not, you're going to get faster apprehension. And in fact, apprehension right at the crime scene.
All right, because disorganization leaves clues.
Correct.
Now, you spoke about the study dealt with serial offenders. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are those people who were specialists in a particular crime, like burglars or rapists or killers?
No, they had all been convicted for murder.
All right, so the serial offenders that were part of the study were all murderers.
That is correct.
And had they committed more than one murder?
Yes, they had. Most of them, not the majority. I think 30 out of the 43, 37 had 3 or more. So the remainder had less than 3.
All right, and are we talking about 3 people being killed at once or 3 people being killed in 3 separate incidences?
Separate incidents.
All right. Now, would you agree that as one does an activity, one becomes better at that activity normally?
And I'm going to object to cause of speculation.
Do you understand my question?
Yes, that is one hypothesis that could be offered, yes.
Okay. And when you were looking at this group of 43 people, I think you said 37 of which had done more than 3 or more?
Yes, they would have been classified as the serial killers.
Okay. And are those people who were committed a crime, got caught, put in prison, got out, committed a crime, got caught, or were they people who hadn't gotten caught between the 3?
There were various patterns. Some had followed that pattern, but some had never been caught until their final crime.
All right. And would you agree that sometimes people do learn from their mistakes?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you were looking at disorganized crime scenes in relation to repeat offenders, did you also do a study of disorganized crime scenes in relationship to first-time murderers?
Well, that would have been part of the data that would be available.
Those would have been the 6 people who hadn't killed more than 3.
Well, some had killed 2, so I don't have the precise numbers of how many did under 3. Majority did over 3.
Now, I believe that you've testified in front of both these juries that in your opinion, the disorganization of the Menendez crime scene leads you to the conclusion that it was, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so could you give me again what your testimony was?
I said it showed a lack of planning, lack of organization.
Okay. Now, is there a difference between lack of planning and poor planning?
Well, that wouldn't, we talk about it being a lack of planning.
Well,
we don't give it a adjective.
Well, lack of planning to me, and I'm not a psychologist, but lack of planning to me means you didn't plan.
Yes.
Okay. Whereas poor planning means you planned and you could have planned a lot, but you didn't do it very well.
You can't see that in the crime scene.
Okay, so you can't make that distinction.
On a value statement like poor or good or in between.
So that for a first-time killer, there could be lots of planning, but it was poorly executed because the person had never done it before.
And I'm going to object to cause of speculation.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
Okay. When you talk about lack of planning, which is one of the conclusions that you reached, did you also consider the novelty of the killing? In other words, that it had never been done before?
No, you're just looking at the crime scene and you're looking at all of the clues and the possible presence of the persons right there. That is what a disorganized crime scene means. It doesn't get into other types of evaluation.
I believe you indicated that there are 3 types of crime scenes in terms of calling them organized versus disorganized. There's the disorganized, the mixed, and the organized.
Yes, that's correct.
And I believe you indicated that in this particular crime scene, there were some features that were organized.
Yes.
And I believe the 2 features that you indicated were the fact that the shotgun shells had been disposed of and that the weapon had been taken from the scene.
Well, those 2 things were not present at the crime scene. I'm not sure that they didn't know where they were, but they knew that police investigating saw no shells and no weapon.
And you're aware of the fact that not only was the actual, no, when we talk about crime scene, let me back up. When we talk about crime scene, are we talking about the room in which the crime occurs, or in a residence, are we talking about the whole house?
Oh, no, right. Law enforcement has a wide discretion as to what they can include in crime scenes. So even cars parked outside can be part of the total, and certainly the whole house could be considered important to the crime scene.
Okay.
But there's usually what's called the death scene, where the persons actually were killed, and that may or may not be the same as crime scene.
All right, when you use the term crime scene, what do you mean?
Where the bodies are found.
All right, so you would confine it just to in this case, then you would call the crime scene the room in which the bodies were found?
That's the actual crime scene. But other parts of the house must be investigated as well as for the total picture to be evaluated.
Okay, so when you say that the weapons were removed from the crime scene or were not present at the crime scene, we're talking about the whole house, correct?
Well, yes, they could not find the weapons in wherever they searched. Correct.
Now, another factor which would show organization would be the fact that a weapon of opportunity was not used. Isn't that correct?
Well, they couldn't really determine that at that particular point when we're just looking at coming into the crime scene initially. They would have no way of determining that at that particular point. They just knew that the weapon was not present.
Okay. Now, what is a weapon of opportunity, just so the jury knows?
Right. A weapon of opportunity is some weapon that is secured from the actual area. That could be, I can give you other examples, like a knife, if a knife is used, rope, if rope is present and used.
Fireplace tool?
Right. Could have handgun or some type of gun.
All right, so sometimes in crime scenes, you find a set of steak knives, and one of the steak knives is missing.
Yes.
And that would imply to the investigator that that was a weapon of opportunity, meaning that the person who came upon the crime scene did not come prepared, but rather used a knife to commit the crime.
Yeah, no, it doesn't mean that they did not come prepared. It just means it gives us another important aspect. A knife could be used, could be washed and put back. I'm just giving you an example.
Correct. And in which case, unless they tested all the knives for blood and found some, they wouldn't know that just from looking at the crime scene.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. I believe you indicated that some of the disorganized portions of this particular crime scene, and I think you gave 6 different examples, 6 factors that you considered in evaluating whether it was disorganized or organized.
Okay. Yes.
Right. All right, and I want to go over those with you now.
Okay.
I think one of the things you indicated that made it, in your opinion, disorganized was the location of the crime.
Correct.
Correct? And that was inside of a home in a residential neighborhood.
Yes.
Okay. And why was it that in this particular case you found that to be disorganized on the part of the perpetrators?
In terms of possible detection, also you have to take into fact the type of weapon, that it was a loud weapon, it was a multiple weapon, and it was a hot August day when possibly windows were open. In fact, windows were shot, so that the likelihood of noise in this area and detection was highly likely.
So that if one were to commit a shotgun killing of 2 people, one would want to do it in a place where one couldn't be heard. Is that correct?
That would be one consideration, yes.
So someplace like the desert would be a good place.
Yes.
Okay. Now, aren't there problems, though, associated with transporting victims in order to get them to a place of isolation for the perpetrator?
Not in perpetrators we've studied.
Well, but if the person gets caught during the transportation, in other words, if the police stop the car, which sometimes happens when people are being kidnapped. Correct.
I'm going to object to this. I think that this is calling for speculation.
Well, the nature of the question does go far afield, so perhaps should be a little more specific here.
In order to make this particular crime look like a organized crime or a murder for hire, where should it have occurred, in your opinion, to make it more organized?
Very often it can be done at an off location. I'm thinking of some of the examples that are cited where there are a few people around, or it's done very quickly. It's done from an area like a sniper type shooting. It can still be in a public place, but the person is not necessarily detected because of the distance between the victim and the shooter.
All right. For instance, President Kennedy was shot in public
That's correct.
by someone who evidently had a good aim,
That's correct.
not using a shotgun.
That's correct.
But in terms of killing two people, in order to get 2 people, you would have to have a location where both of them were there at the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you would have to have a location where it would make sense that they would be in order to explain why they were there, correct?
Yes.
It would be non-suspicious for these people to be in this particular location.
That's
correct?
one. Yes, that's one
Because
possibility.
otherwise the crime scene would cause the investigators to become suspicious. Why are these people in the middle of the desert in Lancaster where no one would hear?
Your Honor, I'm going to
Correct.
to this as argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
So one of the things you consider is the location of the crime, and because this was in a home, you found that to be disorganized.
Well, the location and the weapon, those two are very important to look at together. The choice of weapon is really what also adds to the possibility of someone hearing and someone calling police.
All right, so this had been perhaps a knifing where there is minimal noise. Then the location of the crime would not be problematic in terms of disorganization.
That certainly would reduce the likelihood of detection, yes.
If one wanted to make a double homicide look like an organized crime, killing or a murder for hire, okay, would strangulation be a method that would achieve that end?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, calling for speculation.
Strangulation is generally not used in criminal enterprise killings. So I would not say that strangulation is generally, it's usually weapon.
To your knowledge, are shotguns used in murders for hire? Or
Well, any weapon can be used in for murder for hire. It's not, it's just that, I mean, I'm going to say that they're not. They certainly may be. But again, you have to look at the location and where they are and whether there's the opportunity for noise and people seeing people come and go, things like that.
it would also depend on the perpetrator's idea of what an organized crime, killing, or a murder for hire looks like,
Objection, Your Honor, calling for speculation.
correct? In other words, different people would have different views of what an organized crime or a murder for hire, how it occurs, correct?
Well, there's,
Objection calls for speculation, but different people's views of it.
well, there certainly are enough of those types of crimes that are committed that are in the public media. So, I mean, it's not like it's a surprise
Well, there's
how
all,
to do it.
but there's also a great deal of license taken by Hollywood in describing murders for hire and organized crime killings as well, which could contribute to one's idea of what they look like.
Objection, argumentative.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking of that. Oh, sorry.
Now, what you're saying about the choice as being disorganized, therefore lack of planning, okay?
Yes.
Couldn't have been just poor planning? In other words, just not well thought out?
The point is, on disorganization, you look for immediately, as fast as possible, a suspect in the area. I mean, that's the teaching that is done. You don't get into whether it was good or bad, but the point is, look for your suspect is right within that area.
But if the suspect has a right to be in that area because the suspect lives in that home or that neighborhood, then the presence of the suspect in the area would not be suspicious.
Oh, not necessarily so. That's the purpose of classifying crimes, that domestic type of situations are unfortunately quite frequent.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Yes, but the fact that someone is risking detection in their own home, them being in their own home can be explained because they live there, correct?
Well, it can be explained that way, yes.
Okay. For instance, if my husband comes in the house and kills me and is there when the police come versus a total stranger coming in the house and killing me and is there when the police come, there might be a difference in terms of the perceptions of the police, correct?
If they have knowledge of both persons, yes.
All right. So a stranger being in your home is a lot more suspicious than someone who has a right to be in your home.
Well, not for police. They're supposed to keep a high index of suspicion for everybody.
But being present at the scene of a crime, especially when you live at the scene of the crime, is not criminal, correct?
Oh, it's not criminal, no, not at all.
Now, I believe you indicated that in conjunction with the location of the crime being disorganized, that the choice of the weapon was, in this particular case, a poor choice, correct?
Or shows lack of planning.
All right. Did you consider availability, in this particular case, did you consider availability of weapons in
Yes.
determining that this was, in fact, lack of planning?
Well, there were weapons in the house. That
Correct.
would have been a weapon of opportunity if you want to identify it that way.
All right. And so a weapon of opportunity then is a weapon where someone perhaps makes the decision to kill after an event has occurred, which triggers their desire to kill.
Objection, I call for speculation.
Well, no, not necessarily. They can take a weapon of opportunity as a way to avoid detection. Might be one, we were just talking about the knife.
Did you find any significance in the fact in this crime scene that the rifles were not used?
Yes.
And what significance did you attach to that?
Well, they could have planned to use those weapons if there was a plan. Well, that could have been their choice.
But if the plan was to make it look like an organized crime or a murder for hire killing, then using the householder's weapons would be inconsistent with that particular theory, wouldn't it?
Objection, argumentative and lack of foundation.
No, I wouldn't say that.
Well, wouldn't it be rather suspicious that an organized crime or a hitman would arrive at a scene and then arm himself with a weapon he's unfamiliar with after he already got there?
I can't speculate on that. I can just say that when one goes to a crime scene, you look at the initial pattern. And in this crime scene, it was disorganized. And generally speaking, organized criminal enterprise does not show a disorganized crime scene.
All right, but the factors, the disorganization and the main things in this particular case was the noise made by the shotguns.
Correct?
And I think the other main thing would be the number of shots fired.
Correct.
Okay. Are there,
And type of weapon, type of ammunition.
okay, now why is the type of ammunition important here?
Because that doesn't show planning. It is more logical that there would be all the same type of ammunition.
All right, so you're talking about the fact that both birdshot and buckshot were used?
Yes, correct.
Now, you're saying then that that there should have been planning that the mother would have died with the shot she already had before the birdshot. Is that what you're saying?
Objection, argumentative.
Dr. Burgess, the fact that there were two different types of ammunition could just as easily be explained by unexpected circumstances which occurred after the crime started, correct?
No, you wouldn't read that into the crime scene when you come in at initial observation. You don't have that. First of all, that's forensic material.
Okay. So when an investigator investigates, he's not just looking at the crime scene. He's going to look later at the forensic material, which is developed after the crime scene is processed, correct?
Well, you're always getting more information in to update if they haven't found a suspect. The importance of disorganized with organized is to immediately alert the law enforcement to start looking for suspect in that immediate area.
Okay. And the purpose of the study was not to come in and aid criminal defendants in trial, but rather to aid law enforcement in apprehension, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, the fact that there were two types of ammunition used should have told law enforcement that this was either not planned well or not planned at all. And therefore, they should look at a particular suspect.
Well, again, you don't have that necessarily right at the time coming into the crime scene because that takes forensics to be able to identify that.
So the fact that there were two types of ammunition used was not immediately identifiable at the crime scene.
Unless they are able to see necessarily wounds and so forth.
All right. Now, you've looked at the crime scene photos in this particular case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had the luxury of time in order to examine those photographs, correct?
Objection, argumentative.
In other words, you had as much time as you wanted.
Yes, I did.
All right. And from your looking at those crime scene photographs, were you able to tell that there were two kinds of ammunition used just from looking at them?
Well, I also looked at forensics, but I could not tell just from the photographs.
Okay. So in terms of an investigator arriving at the scene, trying to conduct an investigation, it was not readily apparent that this was disorganized because of two types of ammunition used, correct?
No, but it quickly would add to that once they got forensics in.
Correct. All right. Now, but that's something that happens later, and we're just talking about the crime scene itself, correct? So just looking at the crime scene, what an investigator should see, 2 types of ammunition is not really a factor in this case.
Well, initially, at the very first walk-in.
Correct. All right. Now, let's talk about the location. Well, first of all, when you were listing the 6 factors, you listed injuries to the victim and where the injuries were, I think. I was taking notes.
Yes,
Okay, that's correct? That those are 2 separate things?
that's correct.
Could you please distinguish them for me?
Okay, injuries to the body would be, you just look at the number of shots, so to speak, or wounds, and then you look at where those wounds are to see whether they're in one particular area or whether they have what was called a more random focus to them.
All right, so injuries to the victim would be the number of shots, and where the injuries were would be the location of the shots.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated that one of the things that was noteworthy to you in this crime scene were the number of shots, correct?
And location to body.
All right, but let's just talk right now about the number of shots
Okay.
fired.
Mhm.
Now, when you're talking about this particular aspect of disorganization, is this the area that you would call overkill?
Well, that's one, yes, that would be one factor.
Okay, now overkill is where a person suffers more than one fatal wound. Would that be correct?
Yes,
And there are cases, for instance, where people are stabbed 40 times in the left chest area with a knife, correct?
yes, there are.
And those traditionally in law enforcement are associated with things like rage, correct?
Well, that is what they say, if it's all to one area of the body, yes.
All right. Or if the person is killed a number of ways, for instance, poisoned and strangled and beaten,
Okay,
for
yes.
instance, all of which would have ultimately been fatal to the victim.
Right, but that also, you're bringing in that other things are done to the body. And that's another factor that one would look at. Was there any touching of the body before or after the shooting?
All right. Now, in this particular case, as to Mr. Menendez, he had one wound which even to a non-pathologist appears to be quite fatal, which is the wound to the back of his head,
Yes,
correct?
correct,
All right. And the other wounds were to his extremities, correct?
correct.
All right. One wound passed across his chest, but only one pellet went in and lodged in his upper right arm.
That's right.
There were individual pellet defects on the outside of his forearm on his right arm.
That's correct.
There were individual pellet defects in his left elbow.
Yes,
And then there was a through and through wound right above his left knee, which went from the inside to the outside.
yes.
So in terms of killing him, the wound that was the killer was the head wound, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So to say that there was overkill would not be precise in this instance, would it?
No, I would disagree with you. The importance is that multiple shots were fired and they did enter into him.
Now, I believe you've indicated then that this is an indicia of lack of planning.
Yes,
Right. When a novice commits a crime such as murder, is there a certain amount of inexperience that will play into that person's commission of the crime?
not looking at the crime scene necessarily.
Right. But in terms of their particular mental state, all right, going in to do something like a murder is a highly emotional thing for everyone, except maybe a hitman.
I'm going to object to this as testimony by,
Right, your objection is what? It's argumentative?
it's argumentative.
All right, rephrase the question, please.
You have extrapolated from this crime scene that there was lack of planning.
Yes,
Okay. And you are basically then saying that in your opinion, if you just look at the crime scene in this case, these 2 defendants did not plan it.
there's lack of planning in that crime, yes.
Okay. And we're not talking about some other defendants. We're talking about these
No,
2 defendants.
That is correct.
All right. So in making this opinion of yours, are you limiting it just to what you would see when you went to the crime scene initially?
Not when you bring in the defendants. No, you take other factors into consideration.
Okay. And you are rendering an opinion that in this particular case with these particular defendants, that their crime scene shows lack of planning.
Yes, I am.
And ultimately that would lead to the conclusion of lack of premeditation. correct?
That is correct.
All right. Now, did you in your analysis consider their inexperience in killing in determining how the crime scene could be interpreted?
Not at the initial going in and looking at the crime scene.
All right.
That's all I had in making the point that it was a disorganized crime scene.
But disorganization does not always mean lack of planning, does it?
Generally does.
But okay, let me give you a hypothetical. Okay. Let's say that I want to plan a wedding and I decide that I'm going to get married on this date and I'm going to have a caterer and I'm going to have a photographer and I'm going to have a judge do the ceremony and I'm going to get the groom too. That's usually a component of a wedding. And I plan the wedding and I plan it and I plan it and the day comes of my wedding. Okay. And the caterer shows up and the oven breaks and the food is a mess. The judge arrives late and gives a very perfunctory, unimpressive ceremony that could apply to anybody. All right. And anybody at my wedding would think that this wedding wasn't really planned because if you look at the wedding, it's kind of a disaster, right?
Verna, I'm going to object. Improper hypothetical argument.
Do you see what I'm saying? Anybody who came to my wedding would say, boy, the food's awful. The judge isn't really prepared. He couldn't have talked to these two people before he made these remarks. But that doesn't mean I didn't plan my wedding. It just means it didn't come off the way I wanted.
Objection argumentative.
Rephrase the question.
Okay, does the fact that my wedding does not go well mean that I didn't plan it?
Well, one could say that there were certain factors that weren't checked and double checked and carefully outlined, which usually goes into a good plan. That's not to say that extraneous factors can't occur.
Okay, because the point is that at the end of this wedding, the person does in fact get married. And the person wanted to get married and planned to get married and thought about getting married and got married. But anybody who went to the ceremony would think that there was lack of planning.
Objection argumentative.
Dr. Burgess, lack of planning is not the only explanation for a disorganized crime scene, is it?
There can be other factors, but generally it's the lack of planning that's one of the main features of disorganized crime scene.
What are the other factors that could contribute to a disorganized crime scene? Not in this case, but generically.
Well, those are the main ones I can think of. Emotionality, we've already talked about that as an important factor. Can make a disorganized crime scene. Not knowing necessarily how to, but that gets into lack of planning, not having studied and looked at how to do something, researched it.
For instance, not knowing how to work your shotgun. Would that be something that might contribute to a disorganized crime scene that was still planned?
Not necessarily. No, I've never identified that.
Well, you could premeditate and want to do something and not be very good at planning out how to get from point A to point B, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Well, one would expect that one might practice. I mean, there are ways to get good at a particular task.
Okay. And so certainly if someone went out and practiced using a shotgun, that person would be better prepared than the person who didn't practice with a shotgun.
Yeah, and that would tell me that's a plan, somebody that's really planning something.
But both of those people, the one who practices and the one who didn't practice, could have the same goal, correct?
Well, that isn't what I would call a plan. The person that hadn't really thought through everything and identified it, I would not call that as having a plan versus the first example where they practiced it and thought about it.
But planning is not the only component of thinking something through and accomplishing something, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Do you understand my question?
No.
Okay, let me give you, some people go to Las Vegas and get married in a wedding chapel, and some people have a year of engagement where they plan every detail of the wedding, to go back to this hypothetical, correct?
Right.
Both people want to get married, correct? Both couples want to get married.
Right.
There's just more planning in the one where you have the matchbooks engraved and the little place cards for everybody to sit down at the dinner versus getting married in Las Vegas at a chapel, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And there's no way of saying that either couple wants to get married less than the other, correct?
That's correct.
All right. So just because the planning is not good doesn't mean the intent isn't there, correct?
But the outcome is very different. In other words, the planned one will have more of the, to get back to your original one, everything has a better chance of turning out the way you want it than the one that just goes to Las Vegas.
Well, but we don't know which marriage is going to last longer either. I mean,
I'm gonna check
right.
this.
That's true.
Okay. All right. Now, as to Mary Louise Menendez, I believe that we've identified, or the coroner identified 10 areas of gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And we now know, not from the crime scene, but from the forensic work in the coroner's report, that there were 2 birdshot wounds to her.
That's correct.
All right. Now, I believe you would indicate, would you not, that the fact that she has, before the birdshot, she has 3 wounds to her head area. Would you consider that to be overkill?
Well, 10 wounds are overkill, but you're just saying to one. See,
Well-
one shot would have done it when you're using a shotgun. That's the whole point. You don't need to have, in a carefully planned crime, to have a massive amount of shotgun.
What if the victim is still moving around after being shot?
Well, that still speaks to lack of planning, because one shot would do it. Would be knowledge that on somebody that had planned something would have that knowledge.
But there are all kinds of factors that go into a homicide that cannot be planned for or predicted by the killer. Wouldn't you say that that's like the reaction of the victim, for one thing?
Well, that can be an unknown, yes.
All right. And so couldn't it just be a function of inexperience on the part of the perpetrator that causes that number of wounds, in addition to the reaction of the victim to being shot?
Not in this case. One shot would have done it. This is a massive amount of shotgun shells into the 2 victims.
All right. And so you're saying that in this particular case, the fact that there were so many shots fired indicates to you a lack of planning.
That is correct.
Okay. And did you take into account the fact that Mrs. Menendez was crawling or sneaking in the room after she was shot?
I had no evidence of that.
Did you consider?
Coroner's report.
All right. Did you consider the testimony of, for instance, Lyle Menendez in reaching your conclusions, which you related to these 2 juries?
Yes, I did.
All right. And do you remember the portion of Lyle Menendez's testimony where he said that what prompted him to go reload was the fact that his mother was sneaking around the coffee table?
I remember that was in the testimony.
All right. So overkill implies that the person dies and then you just keep killing them, right?
No, not necessarily. Overkill means a large number of shells are expended into the victim when that's not necessary.
Okay. But not everyone dies from one shot, correct?
People can die from one shot from a shotgun, yes.
People can die from one shot to a shotgun, but not
Yes.
people don't always.
Well, it depends on where they are. That's true.
And wouldn't it depend on the knowledge of the killers as to the effects of shotgun wounds in order for them to make the determination that 2's enough, 3's too many?
No, I still think it speaks to planning, that should have been known. Something that's carefully planned would have been in the knowledge base for committing this if it was a clear, carefully made plan.
Now, one of the other factors of the 6 factors we've gone through 4 now is emotionality, correct?
Yes, correct.
And emotionality is something that you look for to try to, you look for emotionality in a crime scene to try to determine maybe who the perpetrator is, correct?
Well, it helps in determining the classification, yes.
Okay. For instance, if you have a killing where it looks like there was a lot of emotion involved, you would probably rule out a hitman.
That is correct.
Okay. And if you had a killing where it was one shot to the brain with like a 38 caliber weapon and nothing else at the scene, then you might think there's a lack of emotionality to that particular crime.
Yes, that's correct.
As leaving aside people like hitmen or professional killers, where people know each other and one person kills the other, isn't there inherent in that situation some emotionality by virtue of the fact that people have emotions?
Yes.
So in any homicide in which there's a relationship between the killer and the victim, you would expect to see some degree of emotionality.
Not necessarily. Again, you have to look at each case individually, but you can certainly have very organized killings when persons know each other. So in general, that might be a true statement that people have emotion, but if you get into other kinds of feeling states, they may not show that.
For instance, a poisoning. If you slowly poisoned your spouse over a period of time, your crime scene would not reveal any kind of emotionality because you just have a dead person who's died of something internal.
But that would show, that's a good example of clear planning where there's a lot of emotion to see someone in a way tortured over this length of time. There's a lot of emotion in that particular, a lot of emotion you could identify.
But just from the crime scene, you couldn't, because all you would see is maybe someone lying dead in their bed, and you wouldn't even know what had caused it. There would be no emotionality present at the crime scene.
Well, that's true, at the initial crime scene.
Correct. All right. Now, I believe your testimony as to the lack of planning in this particular case has been confined thus far, at least on direct, to the particular crime scene in this case.
Yes, the initial coming into the crime scene, correct.
All right. And then questions that I've asked you are about things that are specific to this particular case and your opinion that these particular defendants did not plan.
Yes,
All
lack
right.
of planning, yes.
All right. And that would then go outside of the crime scene to look at other factors, correct?
Well, you can, right, as you get more information in.
Right. If a detective limits himself solely to the crime scene to solve crimes, he may not solve all his crimes, right?
No, but he'll solve the disorganized ones very quickly.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
Well, you are aware of the fact that the defendants in this case weren't arrested for 7 months after the crime.
I am very aware of that,
Okay.
yes.
And you may have some criticism of that particular fact. Would that?
No, I'm just speaking to the crime scene and what's the clues and what's available at the crime scene.
What clues at this crime scene, what clues at this particular crime scene should have led to the defendants?
First of all, the disorganization. Second of all, that who called it in. That this matches also the studies that say look not only for the person either right at the crime scene, but who may also have called the 911.
Okay, I don't mean to interrupt you, but what I'm asking is just at the crime scene. In other words, you walk into the room where the Menendez parents are, and you look and you see what you can see, and you search the house. Okay, and
Yes.
I'm just limiting it to that particular crime scene, which you've termed disorganized.
Yes.
Okay, and part of your analysis of disorganization does not take into account that they called 911, because that's not crime scene, that's other evidence.
But that really leads up to crime scene. That you have to take into consideration from the moment the call comes in to alert police that something has happened.
But the fact that they called 911 is not one of the factors, the 6 factors of disorganization, correct? It's
Oh,
not.
at the crime scene. Okay.
Okay, so let's limit ourselves to this crime scene. The detectives get called in the middle of the night. They go and they see Mr. and Mrs. Menendez dead in their den,
Yes.
okay? What factor should have led the police to suspect these particular defendants?
Okay, location, the type of weapon, the amount of injury, and the focus of the shots to the kind of the random aspect to the shootings.
Have you ever testified for the prosecution that those types of things, have you ever come into court and testified for a prosecutor in a murder case that those types of things lead to the conclusion that these particular set of defendants did the crime?
No,
Objection, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor, it's improper question. It's irrelevant. Also false for hearsay.
Overruled, the answer will stand.
Okay.
No.
All right, let's take our recess. It's noon. We'll resume at 1:30. Don't discuss the matter among yourselves.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Other participants in the trial, including both defendants, all counsel, and we'll proceed with cross-examination. Witnesses on the witness stand.
Dr. Burgess, I believe right before lunch, I was asking you a question, which I'm going to rephrase. Have you ever testified for the prosecution that because a crime scene was organized, in your opinion, the defendant had premeditated?
I object, Your Honor, that was asked.
I believe was the question, was it not?
I don't know if it was precisely the question. Should I just have it reread?
Well, it was asked and answered, so that's.
All right, well, let's have the question read back then if you have some doubt about it. What was asked?
Oh, I think we have the
You
wrong
don't have
court
the-
reporter.
Okay, all right, I'll permit the question then.
Well, I'm going to object to the formative question since, and I'd ask to approach since we understand what the rules are with respect to. this.
Okay, if you would like to approach the bench so we can discuss it. The objection is sustained to the form of the question. You may rephrase it if you choose.
Dr. Burgess, have you ever testified that an organized crime scene indicates planning on the part of the perpetrator?
No, I have not.
Now, when these categories of organized and disorganized were formulated, and that was done by interviewing these 43 murderers,
Yes.
and is that the sole basis of the categorization, that is the study of these particular 43 people, or were there other studies done?
No, this was just one population that was studied to look at their statistically how they fell into the organized, disorganized, but that generally is one of the first classifications or separations, if you will, that law enforcement makes going to the scene.
Now, when the data was being collected to define things as being disorganized or organized, were the perpetrators who were interviewed, the 43 people, asked about their mental state in regards to the disorganization or organization of the crime scene?
I'm not sure they were asked about their mental state per se.
Okay, were they asked about whether or not they had planned the crime?
That information was obtained, yeah. Yes.
And was there any correlation between planning the crime and the disorganization or organization ultimately of the crime scene?
Yes.
Okay, and what were the findings?
Well, the findings were that the more organized, the more planning went into it, because obviously they were able to be undetected and they got away with the crime and were able to commit more crimes.
Was the experience level of the criminals taken into account in determining the planning and the ultimate resulting crime scene?
Oh, there were some that were juveniles as well as some that were in their 30s and 40s. So the age or practice or whatever was not found to be a major factor. I mean, there's a wide span, if you will, of age as well as number of crimes.
I believe you indicated that there are three possibilities for a crime scene: disorganized, organized, and mixed. And you have testified that there were factors about this particular crime scene which were organized, correct?
That's correct.
Why isn't this a mixed crime scene?
It could, well, when you don't have to give it that type of category. First of all, it was post-crime activity rather than pre and coming onto the scene. Remember, there are three phases that you look at: the before, the during, and the after. And they try to break that down into those categories.
Okay. Why isn't this particular crime scene in the Menendez case a mixed crime scene?
Because there are just too many factors that point to disorganization.
And the main factors then are the noise of the weapon and the wounds.
The choice of the weapon, the location, and the noise level, injuries and location of wounds, yes.
One of the other factors that you consider in evaluating a crime scene is where the injuries are located on the victims, correct?
That's correct.
And we spoke about that this morning, but I wanted to ask you, isn't it true that in certain kinds of cases there will be injuries to the sexual organs of the victims?
That's correct.
And that indicates what generally?
It may indicate a sexual motive for the killing.
All right, such as somebody having been abused as a child?
No, it's what they do to the victim. It usually means that there is some sexual act or some with the victim, not the reverse.
Okay, and so have you ever seen a case where there was an abuse victim who struck back and then injured the victim in the genitals or in sex organs?
Where there is no killing.
No, where there is a killing.
Where there is a killing. I can't think of one.
How many hours have you spent working on this case, ma'am?
I've spent up to the trial. I've spent, I think, 83 hours.
And what is your rate of compensation, please?
Understand the usual rate is $100 an hour.
Okay, are you getting the usual rate?
Yes.
All right. And then after the trial began, you've put in more hours, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And as a matter of fact, you've sat through testimony in this courtroom.
Yes, I have.
How many other hours have you put in that you know of?
Probably put in another 5, 6, 7 hours.
Okay, so approximately 90 hours, correct?
Yes. Well, yes, around 90.
One of the other things that you indicated which would make this a disorganized crime scene would be the lack of staging. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Okay, first of all, what is staging?
Staging is where there is an attempt to make the crime look like another crime.
Now, if there were an attempt in this case to make it look like a professional murder, what would you have expected to see in terms of staging?
In terms of staging, the weapon would have been different, single shot, use of a handgun. That would have certainly eliminated a lot of the blood and the multiple wounds. Gloves being used.
Well, do you have any, okay, gloves being used in order to avoid fingerprints?
Correct.
All right, but if fingerprints of the defendants had been found in this house, they would have been explicable, correct?
Well, yes.
In fact,
But gloves could be used in terms of the loading the shells. They would not necessarily have had to. Shells would be with fingerprints.
all right, so an alternative to picking up the shells and getting rid of the weapon would have been to actually use gloves, correct?
I mean, that's one suggestion, one offer, yes.
So if one were planning out a way of making a domestic homicide look like an organized crime hit, one should only have used one wound, one shot, correct?
Yes,
A different kind of weapon.
yes.
And what were the other things?
The wearing the gloves. Also could have made it look like a burglary, removed some items.
But what I'm talking about is not a burglary. I'm talking about a professional hit. So those are the things that should have been done. Is that correct?
Well, if you're trying to stage it as that, I thought that was the question, is to stage it as
Correct.
a
Right.
planned, organized domestic killing.
No, I'm talking about if you wanted to make an in-house killing look like the mafia or a hitman had done it, what kind of staging would have been necessary to convey that to a sophisticated FBI-trained investigator?
Well, the main thing would be choice of weapon, as we've already said, which would be 1 or 2 bullets to each person.
And those would be the two things, the choice of the weapon and the number of injuries.
Yeah, use
All
of
right.
gloves.
And use of gloves. Okay. Now, in this particular instance, okay, strike that, please. In addition to classifying crime scenes as organized and disorganized, you've also classified types of homicide, and I believe I asked you about that this morning.
Yes,
There are 4 major types, and then there are subparts, correct?
correct.
Now, you've said in your direct testimony that this is a domestic homicide, correct?
Preliminary observation, yes.
All right. Preliminary observation, could you also reach the conclusion that this was a domestic homicide which had features of inheritance or insurance-related death?
No.
Okay, and why not?
Why not? Because the crime scene was as it was presented. It really matches, for the most part, all of the variables in the spontaneous domestic killing.
But isn't there the possibility of crossover between the two types of killings?
Well, not necessarily. You don't see that on initial crime scene.
All right. Well, I have this book here, and I take it, are you familiar with the types of homicides which are written about in the book that's got your name on the cover?
Yes. Mhm.
All right. And are you familiar with the section that deals with insurance, inheritance-related death?
Yes.
Okay, may I approach, please, Your Honor?
What are you doing?
Well, I'm
Show the witness something?
Yes, I'm going to show it to her to see if she's familiar with this passage.
She indicated she is familiar.
All right, then I just read it.
But I'm going to object to counsel reading anything, and we still have yet to mark.
All right,
the book as
counsel,
exhibit.
both things, as far as marking as exhibit, that request is denied at this point. As far as reading it, what do you propose to read?
Crime scene indicators frequently noted in insurance and inheritance death.
Is this a preface to a question?
Yes.
Could it be shown to me first, Ron?
Yes, sir.
This book seems to indicate that in the first paragraph under crime scene indicators frequently noted in an insurance inheritance type of death, usually the body is not concealed but is left in the open or somewhere that discovery is probable.
Yes,
Did that occur in this case?
yes.
The nature of the crime scene or where it falls in the continuum between organized and disorganized will depend on the amount of planning and capacity of the offender.
Yes.
Okay, so those are two things about a crime scene involving an insurance or inheritance death, which are not inconsistent with the crime scene in the Menendez case, are they?
No, no.
May I have a moment, please? It indicates as well that an example of one extreme of this continuum is the very spontaneous offense committed by a youthful, impulsive, and/or less intelligent subject, and the crime scene would contain more physical evidence. And then in parentheses, it said fingerprints, footprints, etc. Now, in the Menendez case, there were no fingerprints that linked the defendants to committing this particular offense. Is that correct?
That's correct.
In fact, there were fingerprints found in the house of the defendants, but they were not anything incriminating,
I'm
right?
going to object to that, Your Honor. There's actually been no evidence of those.
Sustained, raise a question.
Were you given all the police reports in this case, to your knowledge?
Yes, I was.
Were you given police reports which contained fingerprints comparisons?
No, I don't believe I was. Comparisons to what? No.
Fingerprints from the house which were compared with the defendants? Were you given that information?
No.
Okay. If there were fingerprints in the house that were the defendants, that wouldn't be incriminating, would it?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's arguing that there's no foundation.
Overruled.
As a crime scene analyst, wouldn't you agree that if one's fingerprints are found in one's home, that that's not per se incriminating?
Well, I'm not sure. I wouldn't say it's not incriminating. You certainly are going to expect to find fingerprints in the home.
All right, but as long as the fingerprints are not found on shotgun shells or a gun or some other item associated with the killing, fingerprints on the walls or the tables or wherever would not be incriminating, correct?
Not in a domestic killing, that's correct.
Okay. And if the domestic killing was also if the domestic killing was also an insurance inheritance related death, then the same rules would apply, correct?
Yes, but you're going much further down the line to get at motivation when you're reading there, that you have to have a lot more information than what we had at initial crime scene.
But that's, I'm just reading the book. I mean, that's what this book says.
Is that a question?
Isn't that what this book says? I mean, are you familiar with this particular chapter?
Objection on this. 4 questions in a row.
All right, re-ask the question, please.
Okay. I'm going to continue to read. This crime scene would contain more physical evidence, fingerprints, footprints, etc. The weapon would be one of opportunity, acquired and left at the scene. Okay, that didn't happen in this particular case.
That's correct.
Okay. The crime scene would be chaotic with evidence of sudden violence to the victim, a blitz-style attack.
That's just the same as domestic. That's correct.
All right, so there's no distinction then. There's no way for you to say that the blitz-style attack would necessarily be exclusive to domestic homicides.
Yeah, that's why we say you have to have a lot more information to get it into those categories. Yes,
The information would not be crime scene information, would it?
that's correct.
So in an insurance or inheritance related kind of killing, you need to go outside of the crime scene to determine motivation.
Yes.
All right, the other extreme of the crime scene involving insurance or inheritance is one committed by a calculating, proficient offender who has mapped out all aspects of the crime ahead of time. This methodical approach is represented by an orderly crime scene in which there is minimal physical evidence present. Now, in the Menendez crime scene, what physical evidence was present which led to the defendants as the perpetrators?
Well, the physical evidence was the massive amount of, there's a lot of blood, so that the propensity for that being on clothes, shoes, etc., was high. The physical evidence was the shotguns, the shells, the injuries. I think that's it.
All right, but the blood can be washed off, correct?
Well, eventually, yes.
And shells can be removed and thrown away.
Yes.
And this goes on to say that in the more extreme of the crime scene involving insurance and inheritance, the weapon is one of choice, brought to and removed from the scene by the offender. Now, in this particular case, it was quite clear that the weapon was removed from the crime scene.
Well, there was no weapon found. That's correct.
Right. And there is evidence to suggest that it was not a killing of opportunity for someone who just came into the house, grabbed a knife and stabbed, but rather there was evidence to suggest that the weapon had been brought to and removed from the crime scene.
Yes, but at that time, you wouldn't know whether the weapon actually had been there. That you have to find out when you retrieve the weapon. Police would not know whether a weapon had been present and taken away.
All right, until they talked to the defendants later that night and found out that the parents owned rifles and not shotguns, right?
Well, they might want to talk to some other people too. I mean, you don't just limit your interviews with persons immediately in the area.
Yes, but if it's a domestic homicide that occurs inside of the house, the people who live inside of the house would be the ones who would know the habit and custom and possessions of the victims, correct?
That's true, generally, yes.
Now, I believe in talking about emotionality as one of the factors determining an organized versus disorganized crime scene, you indicated that the number of shots would indicate emotionality. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Do you think that you can determine emotion, that you can break down emotionality into distinguishing between fear and anger?
Not necessarily, no.
And fear and anger would manifest themselves the same way in a crime scene. Is that correct?
Not necessarily.
But they could.
I'm not sure they could. You can have features of each.
All right, so are you saying that if you go to a crime scene, you can determine by looking at the crime scene whether the person who committed the crime was in fear or was angry?
No, there are going to be elements of both because that's generally what's in a fear reaction, can be in a fear reaction.
When people who know each other kill each other, is there an element of emotionality generally in that relationship?
Overall.
Yes.
All right, so the fact that there is emotionality does not mean that the crime wasn't planned.
Not in and of itself.
If one is going to go in and do a murder for the first time and there's a great deal of uncertainty about how it's going to proceed, wouldn't that cause fear or emotionality in the best laid plan?
No, I wouldn't say that.
So you would say that if someone had planned out a murder and they thought they planned it well, that when they actually went in to commit the murder, they would not suffer from any kind of emotional reaction to what they were doing?
What I would say is high emotionality means low rationale and low thinking. That's generally the rule that one applies to that indice, if you will, found at a crime scene.
But wouldn't you say that in cases where the murderer knows the victim, that there's going to be some degree of emotionality carried out in the crime?
No, I think I've said that doesn't have to be a factor. It certainly can be a factor, but it doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't have to be, but it often is. Even.
Judge, this is argumentative at this point.
Yes, please ask a question rather than arguing with the witness.
All right. Now, in looking at the injuries and the location of the injuries, what was it about the location of the injuries that made you feel this was disorganized? Was it just the mere number or was the location important as well?
Both. Location in terms of it being more of a random rather than a focused one site of the body, which would show much more thought and planning and organization.
Now, I believe you indicated some of the things that made you believe this was a domestic homicide was that there was no forced entry. Do you remember your testimony?
Yes, I do.
Would forced entry be necessary if doors were unlocked in the house?
No,
So,
not necessarily. I suppose you could break them down.
well, for instance, in a burglary case, if the people who own the home that's burgled fail to lock their doors, the fact that there was no forced entry doesn't mean that the person didn't come in without permission, right?
Objection argumentative.
Overall.
No, but certainly I've seen cases where even with unlocked doors, the window or somehow it's broken to make it look that way. That's a staging feature.
Okay, so if you were doing a murder that you wanted it to look like a burglary, then you would intentionally break something to make it look like there was a break-in.
Well, I've seen that in cases. That's one example.
Okay, if you were doing a murder and you wanted it to look like an organized crime hit or a professional hit, would you necessarily want to have signs of forced entry?
Again, that would depend on how it was planned. Organized crimes are planned in a very careful way. You'd have to look at what was inside their thinking to do that. You can't just make a blanket yes, no on that.
Well, when an organized crime figure or a hitman commits a residential break-in in order to accomplish the hit, one thing that's a good thing not to do is to alert your victim by making noise breaking into their house,
Your Honor, I
correct?
object to this as speculation, argument, and irrelevance.
Sustained.
So the fact that there's no forced entry in this house, did you consider that the doors were often left unlocked?
Well, we're looking at the preliminary, at this crime scene, you wouldn't necessarily know that. You'd need more information. You'd have to do some interviewing to find out whether doors were normally left open. However, this is a home that has gates and a fairly foreboding type of residence. It's not one that looks wide open, at least from the crime scenes.
All right, so, but if after you determined by speaking to the other residents of the house that doors were often left unlocked, the gates were often left open, and in fact on this night the gate had been left open, you could eliminate a sign of forced entry as being a factor, correct?
Yes, there was no forced entry, that's true.
Right, but you could eliminate that fact as a factor in evaluating the crime scene because it doesn't make any difference if the doors were unlocked.
Your Honor, again, I think that's argumentative.
Sustained, rephrase the question.
Once you determined that the house is often left unlocked, does it still matter in your analysis that there was no sign of forced entry?
It still requires a lot of planning for someone, if you're talking about someone to know which doors are going to be open and how to get in and having a floor plan and all of that and where people are. That requires a fair amount of planning and knowledge, if you will, of the situation.
Or luck on the part of the perpetrator by just
Well,
opening the door, right?
organized criminals aren't going to have a lot of luck. I mean, they're going to make sure that things work the way they want them to work.
Now, you've had the benefit of several years of studying the criminal mind, wouldn't you say? I mean, you've been studying criminology and criminals since 1980?
Yes.
Do you have any evidence to suggest that either of these defendants had the level of knowledge that you had about how crimes are committed?
Well, I certainly don't think they have the level that I've had, but they are bright young men.
You indicated as well that the bodies had not been touched, and that was one of the factors that you considered in classifying this as disorganized.
Yes.
Okay, how do you know the bodies weren't touched?
The bodies were in from coroner's report, but also it was on police report that it did not look as though the bodies, that they were in the position that they were when they were killed or possibly falling. I mean, it was not quite clear whether there was no indication that they had been moved, touched, cleaned up, covered, any of those kinds of features.
But if in fact the moving or the touching had been minimal, there's no way you could tell that from looking at the crime scene, is there?
Objection of
Overall.
And since that's not
Overall.
evidence,
Overall.
Generally, that is something that is a major observation, and that did not seem to be an observation that I saw anybody make in any of the materials.
Well, for instance, if someone's hands were open at the time of their demise and someone goes and crosses their hands in front of them, for instance, there's no way that you as a criminologist could tell that, right?
I guess I couldn't tell that, but I would rely on experts, coroners, people like that.
But that kind of movement wouldn't have any physical findings. There would be no way to substantiate that kind of movement, would there?
Your Honor, this is argumentative and may well be waived.
Counsel, you're arguing now.
Well, I'm going to object if there's no foundation, evidence, questions, arguments.
Overall.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
You understand the question?
Yes, from the information I had, there was no way that anyone had determined that they had been moved.
And there was no way to determine if they hadn't been moved at all, was there?
Same objection.
Overall.
True.
Okay, so the fact that the bodies weren't touched is really not a factor in your analysis.
Oh, no, it is a factor in my analysis. I mean, that the overwhelming evidence is that they weren't, that they essentially were found as they died, so that the death scene and the crime scene were one. And that's a very important piece of information.
Now, another thing that you indicated made this a domestic homicide is that there was no evidence of theft. Do you remember
Yeah.
your testimony in that regard?
Yes,
That would also be true in a professional hit as well, that there would be no evidence of theft,
not
correct?
necessarily. That might have been a staging.
Well, if a professional hitman did the murder, he might desire to make it look like a burglary or a robbery, correct?
Correct.
Right. But if it was just a hit with no other purpose, in other words, if I wanted to make it look like my idea of an organized crime hit, would theft necessarily be part of that?
Objection calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, do you understand my question? That is that no, the lack of evidence of theft could just as easily lead you to believe that it was an execution style killing as it was a domestic homicide.
Objection, your argument.
Overruled. Is that a question now?
Yes, is that correct?
I mean, it could appear to be that,
When the,
you know, read it back. You know,
That's right.
it could appear to be. I'm sure there are examples like that, but whether that's usual, I'm not prepared to say that.
well, when the police or the press talk about an execution style slaying, you're familiar with that phraseology, I take it.
Yes.
And in that, there is the assumption that this was not a financially motivated in terms of a robbery or burglary, but rather was the focus of the crime was to kill. Isn't that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, then if this were an organized crime scene, you would have expected the use of a smaller caliber weapon, right?
Yes,
You would have expected it to occur outside of the home,
generally.
and you would have expected one shot to the head and that's it.
Yes.
What happens when there's a shot to the head and the person doesn't die, when you are an organized planning type of criminal?
Well, if it's well planned, that's not going to happen, that they are pretty expert in their commission of the offense.
Now, I believe you've also testified about the organic and biological origins or modifications of the brain as it relates to fear. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes.
Now, when you talk about trauma, the kind of trauma which causes your genetic restructuring, what kind of trauma are you talking about? Are you talking about being afraid to cross-examine? Or are you talking about getting hit over the head? What are you talking about?
Talking about a situation that overwhelms a person's usual capacity to cope.
And when you're talking about the biological response to that, are you talking about that response that you get sometimes where it feels like you get a squirt of adrenaline and you get very excited because a car is about to drive into you, or you just saw someone's purse being stolen? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's an example that most people can identify with because that's exactly what people feel. Yes, that was the stress hormones being released to prepare you to do something.
Is it the stress hormones which cause this ultimate biological response and this biological restructuring?
Well, that's in the continued fear, in the continued situation. You don't have that necessarily if you're in the example you used in your car and it's a one-time situation. You will feel the effects of the stress hormones for a time-limited period unless you get into the accident.
All right, and then every time I get into my car, I have an accident, then I'm going to have this continued buildup of the stress hormones and the eventual genetic recoding.
Or you can get some people can't even get back in their car after you get the avoidant pattern sets in, that the accident was so frightening that they will not even drive again for a while.
Okay, what kind of trauma is necessary in order to trigger the genetic recoding?
Okay, well, if you're talking with children, and again, you have to look at the age because that's very important, and the development of the child, that continued exposure to highly fearful situations over a prolonged time period has the capacity to certainly raise that person's ability to read codes for danger.
Okay, when you're talking about highly fearful situations, what kind of situations are you talking about?
Those can be situations in which the child is repeatedly frightened, scared, held in certain positions, not made to feel secure, not some of the early years in terms of the bonding and the holding and all of that can be enough to frighten a child for a lack of security, lack of safety.
And that just failure to be held is something that could trigger this sort of biological restructuring?
It's the activities that go along with it. Generally, someone that's going to do that may also be hitting the child. There may be physical abuse. Some of those, what I was originally talking about is the more psychological aspect, but you can get the hitting. You can certainly get sexual abuse starting early with children. Those are some of the examples.
Is the kind of fear that one experiences in watching a scary movie sufficient to cause this kind of biological restructuring?
Well, that's at a later age. We were talking about young children, but certainly children who constantly are exposed to frightening movies generally are able to say that. They either try to avoid it, not want to see it, and actually take themselves out of the situation.
But what about the children who seek out Friday the 13th and these sequels and the sequel after that and the sequel after that? Aren't they exposed to fearful situations?
They may not be interpreting it as fearful.
All right. So would it be fair to say that the level of trauma necessary to cause this response varies from individual to individual?
Generally, it does have that what's called an idiosyncratic aspect, but there are certainly situations which are considered to be traumatizing by most professionals. And that's why definitions, if you will, have been written on what is child abuse, what is child maltreatment, what is child sexual abuse.
Now, when you're talking about trauma sufficient to cause this change, are you lumping together all kinds of child abuse? Or are you talking only about physical, sexual? What kind of child abuse are you speaking of when you use the term child abuse?
Well, child abuse, you have to then narrow down to the specific act that you're talking about. I've just listed some. Another type of frightening experience for children is to witness overwhelming experiences. And there's a body of literature that actually documents the amount of trauma that children have just witnessing a parent in a domestic violence scene, or seeing a parent suicide, or actually witnessing a killing.
Is one experience like that sufficient to cause this genetic recoding?
Certainly one experience is enough to trigger symptoms. We certainly see a wide range of symptoms in children who have even experienced one traumatic event.
But is it enough to cause genetic recoding, which would cause you to have this biological reaction?
Yeah. Well, generally it is believed that it takes continued repeated exposure to a traumatizing event.
And is there any way to evaluate how much repeated exposure is needed to cause this biological change?
Well, you usually see it in the symptoms of the child or whoever you're looking at, and that will give you a pretty good indicator of how seriously impacted and traumatized the person is, the nature of the symptomatology.
Is there any test that you can give to an individual to see if they've undergone this genetic or biological restructuring as a result of repeated exposure to trauma?
Not per se. We talked about that Friday, not per se on the genetic recoding, but certainly there are studies that speak to the lowered biochemical reaction. And there's been a fair amount of research on that, because that's where some of the treatment methods have come into play.
Okay, but as far as a blood test or a brain scan or something like that, is there any physical way to determine whether or not someone has actually undergone these changes, these genetic restructuring?
Not on the genetic restructuring. That's been noted in the animal research that I spoke about.
I believe you spoke about studies on snails. Is that correct?
Yes, that's one of the studies, yes.
Is there a difference between the brain of a snail and a human being?
Well, see, this is in the brain stem, and this is in the survival brain and the reptilian brain. And that is why researchers are able to make the suggestion, because it does share similar function as in the human brain.
But does the human brain have features that the snail brain does not?
Oh, yes. It has higher level cortical functioning.
A human being can reason,
Yes. Oh, it has the cortical function. Sure. Yes.
and a snail cannot.
Oh, we don't think the snail can.
Okay, we're fairly certain snails don't reason, correct?
Yes.
So what you're saying then is that the studies on the snails show that when they're exposed to trauma, that there are biological changes which occur in their brainstem.
But when it's stimulated, when that is actually, the fear response is stimulated, that's what it shows. And then they have tried to, they see what's called the avoidant pattern. If the snail moves away from, moves back in its shell or whatever, that certainly is an avoidant pattern. And that seems to last for about an hour. That's what the short-term memory. They then look at what chronic stimulation of this fear center does, and shows that that's where they get into the RNA and the DNA, the transmission and the translation factor, the messages that go back and forth in the neurons.
When they're scaring the snails, is that basically what they're doing?
They're stimulating the fear.
Okay, and when they stimulate the fear in these snails, how do they do that?
Well, they use some type of an electrode that would, and the snail goes back in its little shell.
Okay, so they shock it with an electrode and they scare it with the electrode, is that correct?
Yes, it's stimulating yes.
Okay, now, so then would it be fair to say that human beings are exactly like snails in that regard?
No, I'm saying that the research on animals is very, very important to understand the structure in mammalian and humans' brains and the fear response, because fear response is such a basic and universal response in both the animal world as well as in the human world. So that at that point, that's where, and the learning piece is very, very important of how people learn and the avoidant learning.
Now, the research that's gone on in this biological recoding began in what, about 1985 or 6, I think you've indicated?
Yes, it's about the mid-'80s.
All right, and that research is not concluded, is that correct?
Oh, there's, well, no, more and more studies get funded. I mean, there's been an initial outlay of federal money.
And there's no way to conduct the same kind of studies on humans that you can on a snail because it's unethical to do so, right?
Well, yes.
You're not supposed to poke human beings with electrodes and see what their chemical responses are, correct?
That's correct.
Likewise, you're not supposed to dissect their brains to see if there's been any kind of recoding, correct?
Correct.
All right.
But they are doing studies on people that have major problems. It's not, but they use different type of techniques. They use these imaging techniques and so forth. So there are ways to replicate for researchers the brain activity, and that's important.
Now, in this particular case, there is no test that you can give to these particular defendants to determine whether or not they have undergone genetic recoding as a response to fear.
That's correct at this point in time.
Okay. May I have a moment, please, Your Honor? Now, I believe you've indicated that the animal response to fear is fight or flight.
Yes.
What determines the choice?
Well, it's automatic. And the most automatic response is to flee, is to get away from the threatening source.
Okay. And when you talk about the most automatic response, are we talking about snails or humans?
Well, we're talking about a wide range.
A wide range.
Snails, animals, rodents, mammals.
All right. So the preference in this biological response is to flee the adverse stimulus.
If they can, that's correct.
Okay.
If they can.
Now, have there been any studies correlating the frequency of suspected genetic recoding in child abuse victims? And by child abuse, I mean generic child abuse.
Yeah, not to my knowledge.
And when you talk about this hypervigilance, is hypervigilance a descriptive term for the watchfulness that occurs in people who have been subject to repeat trauma?
Yes.
All right. And that's not a biological term, that's a psychological term.
But it has a biological component, we now know.
The research tends to suggest it has a biological
Yes.
component. Is there any way to test to see if someone is hypervigilant? I mean, can you, in other words, is it ethical for a researcher to recreate a situation in a subject to see if they can make that subject hypervigilant? Or
Well, they do try to do that on some of the studies. And they will take two groups and they'll compare the two groups and they will show them especially visual kinds of things. And they will take skin tests, the galvanometer test, and they'll take pulse and they'll take blood pressure, and they'll try to take samples, if you will, of the body's response while they're, say, projecting onto a screen some frightening images. So in that respect, there has been a fair amount of research.
But that research is not on people who are actually ongoing some sort of abuse, but isn't it usually done on college students?
Well, but it's done on traumatized populations. They're doing it with veterans who have been exposed to combat. They're doing it on some rape victims. There are other now populations that it is being tested on, and they'll compare it to a normative group that has not had that particular type of trauma.
Now, if a person is hypervigilant and constantly scanning their environment for clues or cues that they're going to be abused, are they doing that 24 hours a day or only in the situations in which the trauma has occurred in the past?
First of all, it is not necessarily a conscious type of phenomenon. In other words, the person goes about their usual business, whatever the daily business is. So it's not like it's uppermost in their mind. They have adapted. It's just that as something comes up in the environment, they may get this sudden overwhelming feeling of anxiety and have not necessarily any idea why. And it may be due to a lot of things, but it's not like they're walking around in a very suspicious way or in a very paranoid way. It's not that at all.
But wouldn't it be fair to say that what triggers a response is a repetition of prior stimulus?
It comes in through the sensory system. It comes in basically through that brain level in which what is seen, the sight, smell, touch, taste, and feel, our basic five senses, is the way that all experience is registered. So when something gets activated, and that doesn't necessarily have any words, that's why they don't necessarily know. It's just all of a sudden they have this reaction.
And the reaction there's no correlation between the reaction and a prior stimulus?
Well, it's the prior stimulus that has cued them in.
Right. And so that, for instance, if I have been bitten by dogs my whole life, and I've been bitten 20 times by 20 different dogs, and little dogs, big dogs, any kind of dog, when I see a dog, I'm going to react and want to get away from the dog or avoid the dog, correct?
That's one, yes, that's probably one behavior pattern.
Okay. Am I going to react the same way to a cat?
If you've had no negative experience with cats, again, you don't know whether, because it's an animal, we wouldn't be able to totally see what your cues are. It is an animal, and whether you'd make that association.
Okay. Would I have the same reaction to a rock?
No.
Okay. So that the hypervigilance and the cues and everything are specific to the trauma the person has suffered in order to become hypervigilant.
Characteristics of the trauma, that's correct.
Now, you've analogized this kind of fear response to battered wife syndrome, correct?
Yes.
All right. And one of the examples you used is the woman who's at home and her husband goes to the bar and he comes home and says they were out of Miller. I think that was your example, or was it was given to you as an example?
Yes, it was.
Okay. What is it to that battered woman about there's no Miller at the bar that is the cue to her?
Well, that's the word association. She hears something.
Okay. I'm sorry.
She hears something. She hears the word Miller.
All right. And the reason Miller has some meaning to her is because on other occasions when her husband's come home from the bar and said they had no Miller, she's been beaten.
Yes, that I think is the way the example was given.
Okay. So the example in the battered wife syndrome is a woman or a significant other who has been beaten over a period of time.
Correct.
In the battered wife syndrome, exclusively, well, not exclusively, but always deals at least with one component, which is being beaten.
Well, there's usually more that's involved in a battered wife. It isn't just being beaten. I
Because,
mean,
well, she's being psychologically abused as well.
Sure, yes.
Right. But the battered woman fears for her life because she has been beaten before.
Yes,
And she begins to learn in which situations she will be beaten. Correct?
I'm not sure she certainly can be cued in.
Well, didn't you?
Yes, all right, well, learn.
Well, you indicated that this response to trauma is a way of the body and the person learning, correct?
The trauma learning, yes.
Okay. So what happens with the battered wife is she could be sitting with a friend and her husband comes in and says, there's no Miller at the bar. And her friend may look at that and say, so what? Correct?
Correct.
But to the woman who's been battered before, after having been advised that there's no Miller at the bar, this is a very significant event,
Yes.
correct? Because she's been beaten before and she fears for her life.
Yeah, maybe mitigated by the fact she's got a friend there, but she certainly will get anxious.
Okay.
More likely than not become anxious.
What I mean by the friend is an outside observer looking at this particular situation would say, well, what's so significant about it's Miller time?
Yes.
Okay. Whereas we know that in the past with this woman, every time she's been told there's no Miller at the bar, she has been beaten.
Yes.
Okay. Is this like Pavlov's dog?
Well, that's a conditioned response, and that's exactly what you are describing, yes.
All right.
It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that would be one way of looking at it.
All right. So, and Pavlov lived in the last century, right? I mean, he lived a long time ago.
Yes, and yes.
Okay. So basically what it is that every time my husband says there's no Miller at the bar, I get beaten. And tonight he comes home and says there's no Miller at the bar. And I think I'm going to get beaten, right?
Right. I'm not sure she says I'm going to get beaten, but she certainly is going to have the anxiety and the fear that something bad is going to happen.
And that's the kind of cue that you've talked about in terms of triggering this biological response.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct.
All right. So that where an outsider would look in and see that there's no clue there at all that the beating's going to happen, someone with prior experience is going to look at this and say, I'm about to get beaten. Correct?
Yes.
All right. What happens when the husband comes home from the bar and he brings his wife a box of chocolates?
Okay.
Is that the kind of thing that's going to trigger the fear response?
Well, see, that's the kind of thing that's going to get this unpredictability, which is usually a feature that you find in these situations. And the person, and that even can make the person, the wife or whomever more anxious, because sometimes he comes home and talks about Miller and she gets beaten. Another time he comes home and he brings her a box of candy and everything is okay. So he is, in a way, probably trying to keep her off guard.
But if he brings her the box of candy, she knows she's not going to get beaten, if that's been her experience.
If she knows it, well, it would depend on whether she hasn't gotten beaten because of the chocolates, the candy.
Well, but she's not getting beaten because there's no Miller at the bar. She's getting beaten for other reasons, correct?
But Your Honor, I think we've gotten a little vague and,
You understand the question?
Oh, could you repeat it?
She's not getting beaten because there's no Miller at the bar. She's getting beaten because her husband is frustrated, upset, unhappy, all those other things, right?
Oh, she's getting beaten because of his, right, because of his dynamics. That's correct.
If the husband comes home and he goes to bed and she's never been beaten after that particular situation, that would not be a clue to her. In other words, if he comes home and goes to bed, then she's not clued in that she's about to be beaten, correct?
With that example, that's right.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that in order to get this biological fight or flight response, the cue needs to be something that's repetitive?
Well, the cue is going to, don't forget, cue in to a previous situation. So there can be fragments, if you will, in the cue. It doesn't have to be a blatant, overt kind of statement like Miller's. There could be other factors. I mean, it could be the smell of beer. He comes home and he smells like Miller's.
Yeah,
I mean, that could be enough too. And so then he goes to bed and she may not still be that unsure that he's not going to wake up and beat her.
But in order to have that response, she would have had to know that on prior occasions when he came home smelling like beer, she got beaten.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, people who have this shortened response time, this biological response time to fear. Are they like that with everybody in the world? In other words, if this woman has been beaten every time her husband comes home from the bar and says, there's no Miller, okay?
Mhm.
And she sees a movie, for instance, where someone says there was no Miller, is she going to have the same fear response because of what she sees in the movie?
No, we have what was called fear-specific situations and those that are fear general. But you're giving examples where it is really fear-specific, that there is a definite person that is going to injure her given a certain set of circumstances.
Now, when you say fear-specific and fear general, is there a difference in the biological recoding that goes on because of whether it's generalized or specific fear?
No, what I mean by the fear general is, say that somebody has been traumatized and there's a certain odor. They can be in another situation, smell that, and that will trigger in the fear response. And yet, it has nothing to do with the person. It's just that it gets activated, if you will, in a more general sense. And that's different from what we've been talking about, which is very specific. That person, you said, is continually beating the wife.
Why is it that flight is the preferred method of avoiding this trauma to fight? Do you know?
No, it's just that tends to be the preferred. It isn't the only situation. A lot of people can be trained not to flee. And in fact, that's what generally is done in situations where people are required to fight. There usually is some preparation for being able to fight. I mean, like in the car situation, people are going to try to avoid an accident. They're not going to try to
Speed up so they have
speed
more
up so they have one, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to give you a hypothetical. If two people are raised in the same environment but are raised very differently, they're treated very differently, their experiences are very different, would you expect to see the same biological recoding in each of them?
There's a certain amount of fear level that is idiosyncratic, if you will. In other words, unique to that particular person. And it may look different, but it is experienced as fear to those two individuals. So that's very hard to say just because two people are treated differently. The manner in which they're treated can have the same outcome, if you will, i.e. to accelerate the fear response.
Is one of the important things in this fear response the repetition of the stress? In other words, if I'm traumatized at the age of 8 and then not re-traumatized, is that different from being traumatized throughout my life?
Well, there's what's called intermittent trauma. Yes, chronic, but intermittent. And then there is just absolutely chronic that's with pretty relentless kind of an abusive situation.
All right. And would you expect the biology of those two separate people to be different? In other words, the one who's traumatized at age 8 with no repetition versus the one who's traumatized all their life?
No, I wouldn't necessarily.
You wouldn't expect it to be different?
No, because you have to look at what is being activated in the situation. You still have to look at each individual to see what those life experiences have been.
But wouldn't it be fair to say that all people are different and their response to trauma is always going to be different?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we take our afternoon break now? I think I can shorten my cross-examination if I have a few minutes.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll on my body. I take Cunol turmeric because it helps with healthy joints and inflammation support. Why Cunol? It has superior absorption compared to regular turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
All right, in court and all other participants as well, you may continue your cross-examination.
Dr. Burgess, I want to return briefly to the classifications that you've testified to already. I believe you indicated in both your direct and cross-examination that this was, in your view, a domestic homicide, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if you have a domestic homicide that is for purposes of insurance or inheritance, that's possible, correct? In other words, it's possible to have a domestic homicide, which is also a homicide committed for insurance or inheritance.
There are cases like that, yes.
Okay. So In addition, in the domestic homicide, I believe that there are two subcategories, the spontaneous domestic homicide and the staged domestic homicide.
Yes.
Is that correct? And the staged domestic homicide indicates that this is a staged domestic homicide is planned and may be due to the same stresses as in an unstaged domestic homicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the major differences between these two homicides is in their crime scenes.
That is correct.
Okay. Would another difference be in the degree of planning between the staged and the spontaneous?
Well, that is one of the discriminating factors.
Okay. One of the crime scene indicators noted in the staged domestic homicide is that the crime scene of the well-planned domestic murder reflects a more controlled, organized crime. The weapon, fingerprints, and other evidentiary items often are removed. In this particular case, the weapons and the items containing incriminating fingerprints were in fact removed from the scene.
That is true.
Okay. The body is usually not concealed. In this particular case, the bodies were not concealed. Is that correct?
Well, on the staged domestic, you have to be, they can be staged to look like another crime, so bodies can be altered.
But in this particular book, of which you were an editor, it says the body is usually not concealed.
Yeah.
Is that one of the crime scene indicators of the staged domestic homicide?
But it also can be altered. I mean, maybe an open view, but it also can be altered. I think there are some examples in that case that gives that.
It goes on to say the crime scene often involves the victim's and or offender's residence, but location of crime scenes outside the home also are possible. So a planned domestic homicide often involves the victim's residence. Is that correct?
That is true.
Okay. Staging is frequently noted in the planned murder. It's often made to look accidental. Other deaths may appear due to secondary criminal activity such as robbery or rape. Correct?
That's correct.
In addition, another staging, another way to stage it would try to make it look like a hit. That is a professional killing.
Is that in there?
No, I'm asking you if that would be another.
Oh, I didn't think it was in there.
Would that be secondary criminal activity, though?
Well, it's not one of the defining characteristics for domestic killing.
All right, so would it be your testimony then that it's only when you're trying to make it look like a robbery and not like a professional hit?
Yeah, that's generally for that category. They can try to make it like it was a rape. That's when they will alter clothing on the victim or something like that.
Well, why wouldn't it be possible for a staged domestic homicide for the perpetrator to try to make it look like a hit, especially if one's parent was involved in an industry in which there were some underworld characters?
You're right, I think that calls for speculation, it's not based on the
Okay. So are you saying then that it's not possible in a staged domestic homicide for the perpetrator to try to make it look like a professional killing?
same objection, or it's calling for speculation.
It's anything is possible, but more likely than not, it will not be staged in that way. I can't think of any cases that have ever come in like that.
All right, but it's not out of the realm of the possible, is it?
Anything is
Your Honor, asked and answered.
Overall.
I would say anything is possible, of course, but highly unlikely.
So it would be highly unlikely for a perpetrator in a staged domestic homicide to try to make it look like it was a professional hit?
That's what I'm saying. Yes.
In addition, it says that search warrant suggestions for the investigator would be to search for evidence to corroborate a motive.
That's correct.
So in addition to the crime scene indicators, the investigator needs to look outside the crime scene for motivations on the part of the perpetrators.
That is correct.
Okay. Now, returning to the biological parts of fear, I believe you indicated that people in a fear response cannot override that response. Is that what you said?
No. In a fear response, the fear overrides the usual coping. It doesn't mean that they don't do something, but it overwhelms the person, and that's what triggers all of those stress hormones.
Once a person is overwhelmed by the stress hormones, is the person able to control his or her conduct?
Well, they do behave. I mean, again, that car situation, of course, people do respond to try to avoid hitting a car.
Okay. Are the people able to respond rationally once the fear hormones are triggered?
Well, rationale and fear It depends on the intensity and depends on the example. I guess we'd have to really look at specific examples in that situation. We just look at the car. I guess there are situations when people absolutely lose all rational thought and there is an accident. That is one possibility.
But there are also times when people remember that there are certain things they can do to avoid an accident and do them in the midst of their fear.
Well, right. I mean, you hope that that's why people are trained in situations to be able to respond very quickly, automatically. I think that's the important thing, is that automatically, if something comes to you, you will behave in that way to avoid the danger.
Now, the fear response, which you've testified about, that causes this genetic recoding, is that a response to a life-threatening situation?
Well, certainly life-threatening situation is a fear. So,
all right, but in order
I would agree.
In order to cause the genetic recoding, doesn't the trauma have to be fairly severe?
The recoding is dependent upon the chronic nature, the prolonged nature of it, and kept at such high sustaining levels that the brain chemistry is constantly being activated.
Okay. Now, you talked about people overriding their fear responses, people who are trained, for instance, police officers, correct?
Yes.
Would they be a good example of people who are trained to override their fear responses when they are placed in situations that scare them?
Yes.
All right. So it is possible then to override this fear response.
Well, people are always trained. The problem is, given the situation, you're only trained not necessarily in the situation, so you still have that human component when faced with that situation.
So when you talk about the response of fight or flight being automatic, are you saying that a person can't control that response because it's so automatic, or that they can, at least with training, learn to control that response?
Well, training tends to make things automatic so that you behave in a very, you try to keep control of the anxiety so that you do the things that you've been trained to do. I mean, police are one example, but certainly combat is another, where you have to train people to be able to go into a life-threatening situation.
Now, I believe you talked in your analogies about people who are victims in concentration camps.
Yes.
Okay, and I believe you probably were speaking about adult victims in concentration camps. Or are we talking about everybody?
Adults.
All right. And given the opportunity to leave concentration camps, the
Yes.
adults left the concentration camps.
When they were released.
Yes, when they were given the ability to leave, they left.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I believe you indicated that most abused children don't leave. They don't leave their abusive situation.
Yes, that's the findings. Yes,
Okay.
they stay in the situation.
How do you know that? How do you know that most abused children don't leave?
Because that's, well, two ways. One, that's what the research shows, but it's very difficult for a child to just run away and be able to be secure and safe and so forth. So they generally tend to stay in the abusing situation, and they tend to learn to adapt to the abuse.
Okay. Have you ever done any studies or read any studies about children who are runaways, adolescents and above who are runaways?
Yes, that was a funded study that I did with my colleagues.
And what were your findings about the incidence of child abuse in the home of children who are runaways?
I believe our findings were close to 50%, if not more, certainly had one or more types of child abuse in their backgrounds that they were able to report.
And when in our discussion, when we're talking about child abuse, are you talking about sexual, psychological, physical, or all three?
All three.
Okay, so at least 50% of the children who run away were subject to some sort of child abuse of whatever kind at home.
Of that particular study, that's correct.
All right. Now, you indicated that most children don't run away. Has there been some study done between the runaways and the non-runaways?
Well, for example, again, you have to look at the age. You have to have a certain age where a child is able to run away. It's highly unlikely, under a certain age that children are going to run away.
All right, let's say over the age of 12 then.
Okay.
Have there been studies done comparing children in the home who are subject to abuse and runaways?
Well, what probably was the most interesting finding of in doing the runaway study that we did, and they were all on adolescents, is not, we asked the question, why did they run away? We should have asked the question, why did they return? Because we found a real, some children, or some adolescents had actually returned more than 20, 30, 40 times back to the abusing situation. And so that really refocused our study to see why would adolescents return to the home when it's very clear how much abuse had been going on.
All right, but was there any study done between children in the home who didn't run away and those who did run away, who were over the age of 12?
You mean with the control group?
Yes.
Well, if they hadn't run away, what would we be comparing them to?
Children in the home who stay.
Who are also being abused.
Yes.
There were children in the home that didn't run away of these families.
Are you talking about a family where one runs away and the other doesn't?
Correct.
Okay. What about situations where you just have a control group of children who stay in an abusive situation and never leave, and children who run away?
Right. Generally, what you find and what the studies indicate that you get a different type of symptom presentation. In other words, the running away is really an action motivated type of symptom. That's very different than the child that stays in the home. And very often what you see in symptoms there is the more depression, the withdrawal, perhaps even suicide attempts, because they're unable to activate themselves to get out of the situation.
Do you know what percentage of children are subject to child abuse of all kinds?
Percentage or numbers? Numbers are quite.
Okay, what are the numbers?
The numbers are, I believe and again, it depends on which study you're looking at, but I think it's now 1.5 million children in the United States have some type of abuse factor, if you will. And that's reported. Understand that is reported.
And of those 1.5 million, do you know which percentage of them stay in the home and which percentage run away?
Well, see, then you'd have to look at the adolescent level. That generally tends to be when children do leave the home. And I don't know what those statistics are. We certainly have statistics on runaways, but you can't be sure that just because they've run away that they've also been abused.
Of the 1.5 million children who are suspected of having been victimized by child abuse, how many children are there in that group? Are we talking about 20 million children? Are we talking about 50 million children?
It's the legal definition of child, so it would be a legal definition. And again, it would be by state, so you have to look at what the state reporting laws are, and they do vary. Some are 18 and under, some are 16 and under, some are 14 and under. But so it's a little hard to give you a precise answer on that.
So the 1.5 million children are abused are nationwide, is that correct?
That is my understanding of one report, yes.
And you can't tell me what percentage of children in this country presently then would be victims of child abuse?
They're all children.
Right, but how?
By definition.
Right, but you can't tell me how many children there are in the country, therefore you can't say what 1.5 million is of that group.
Yeah, I don't know how many children there are in the country.
Okay.
You mean to give you a percentage? No.
Yeah, so you don't know the percentage of children who are subject to child abuse, is that correct?
Well, I know how many are reported, and to me, that's a very large number.
Well, but you know what percentage of children is reported? Okay, no. So when you say that half of all, when you say that most children stay home, how do you know that?
That's what the research shows.
Okay, and what is
research would be on abused children, and one of the questions would be, have you ever run away? And so that would be coded in, and then there'd be a percentage.
But it's not as if somebody went to every house and found out if the children were abused and then found out if they left, correct?
Yeah, that's not the way research is done.
The research is done only on the self-reported abuse.
Right, or it's done by survey. There certainly are telephone surveys that get into that type of data. Now, I believe you indicated that dissociation is a sign of abuse. No, I don't.
Okay,
I didn't say that.
All right, what did you say then about dissociation?
Dissociation is a normal phenomenon in people. What happens, it just means putting your mind somewhere else, and that goes on. All of us do it every day, so that in and of itself is not unusual. What seems to happen with abused children is during the abuse, they put their mind away more and more. So it becomes really a habit for them and can get them into great difficulty when they're supposed to be, say, in school studying or listening to their parent or doing something, that their mind just automatically slips into this dissociative state, and it can actually even intensify.
But not all people who engage in that behavior have been abused as children.
No, not at all. It's a normal phenomenon.
Now, you've talked about parallels between the battered wife syndrome and things that happen to children, correct?
Yes.
Okay, because is battered wife syndrome a form of post-traumatic stress disorder?
I'm not sure it's listed as that in the DSM-3R.
In fact, it's not.
I don't think it is, right. Yes.
Okay. Now, battered wife syndrome then is something that deals with physical abuse and its effect on the mental processes of the abused person, the abused wife.
Okay, so it's physical and psychological. It also can have sexual components.
Correct. But the battered wife syndrome is not limited. In other words, it doesn't deal just with psychological abuse. There is a physical component to it.
That's correct.
And then when you have the physical component, you have the psychological component, because we're thinking creatures, correct?
Correct. There may be some people that define it also just as psychological abuse.
Okay.
Not sure.
Is there any research that indicates that the same sort of traumatization occurs with merely psychological abuse as occurs in the battered wife syndrome?
Well, you mean another population that gets could you repeat the question?
Okay. Let's say we're dealing hypothetically with a situation of psychological maltreatment
Okay, of adults.
of an adolescent.
Okay.
All right,
Mhm.
an adolescent maturing into adulthood, psychological maltreatment.
Mhm.
Is there any kind of cause and effect between the psychological maltreatment and things such as hypervigilance, as there is with the battered wife syndrome, which has its genesis in physical interaction between the parties, and this hypervigilance in the other stages?
I'm going to object to the form of the question. I think the witness is as assuming facts not in evidence, these would be the requirements for battered wife syndrome.
Since it does assume certain facts and you haven't asked the witness to ratify that, you should break it down.
Okay. What are the components of battered wife syndrome?
The components would be psychological abuse, in other words, humiliation, degradation, things that are said, implied to the woman. There often is a physical component where the woman is hit, punched, shoved. In other words, an intentional act to injure her is made. And then there's a third possible component of sexual abuse. The woman may be forced into a sexual situation intentionally.
So battered wife syndrome occurs in a woman who's been psychologically abused without any physical abuse?
I believe you could have that, yes.
Okay, you could have that.
Right.
Is that the way that battered wife syndrome is used?
More often than not, it's going to be identified as having the physical component, the physical and or the sexual component.
Now, presently, there is no definable child abuse syndrome.
Object to the form of the question.
Is that correct?
Overall.
There are, repeat that again, there's no child abuse syndrome?
Yeah, well, when we talk about child abuse, we're talking about generic child abuse, which can contain psychological, physical, and sexual, correct?
Yes, correct.
All right. Is there any kind of syndrome that deals specifically with child abuse?
Well, the battered child syndrome was introduced in the literature back in the 60s, I believe. That's a
Yep.
very well-known writings out of Denver.
Okay, the battered child syndrome is a physical diagnosis when a physician examines a child and sees things like spiral fractures or other kinds of injuries which are inconsistent with childhood injuries, correct?
That's correct.
So the battered child syndrome deals with physical findings, correct?
Originally, that's the way it was defined, correct.
Okay.
But it's rare that you just have physical findings.
All right,
I
but
mean-
in terms of what we give a name to, the name is given to a series of physical injuries like broken arm syndrome or something else,
Yeah,
correct?
I'm going to object. This is argumentative.
Overall.
assumes facts not there.
Overall. Finish
Correct?
your question?
Pardon me?
Did you finish your question?
I don't know. I'll start again.
Starting
She
thing.
said correct.
Ask your question.
So the battered child syndrome is not the same as the battered wife syndrome. Is that correct?
Oh, no, I mean, they're two separate population groups and age groups.
Well, but in addition, the battered child syndrome is a name that was coined for medical doctors examining children who've been physically battered. Isn't that correct?
Yes,
All right. Now, the battered wife syndrome deals with psychological effects of battering, doesn't it?
but it also has a physical component.
That's correct. But in terms of the two names, they're not synonymous, are they?
No, they weren't intended to be synonymous.
Okay. So, are you aware of any kind of name that is given to psychological abuse in a child, which results in some sort of trauma?
Well, the psychological maltreatment area, there's quite a bit of literature on that and studies on that. So that would be one example. It's called psychological maltreatment. Been books written on it.
But now, if you're analogizing to the battered wife syndrome, one of the components of the battered wife syndrome is physical abuse. Isn't that correct?
Dora, this has been asked and answered. and
Overall.
assumes facts not known.
Overall.
Yes.
Because battered means hit, doesn't it?
Yes.
All right. So the battered wife syndrome deals with women who have been beaten
Yes.
and the psychological effects of that beating upon their perceptions, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything in the literature which suggests that the battered wife syndrome is only limited to psychological maltreatment? Do you understand my question?
Yes.
Okay. Is
I'm
there
thinking. There is, in the literature, a fair amount of discussion about the psychological implications in the battered wife or battered person, battered woman syndrome.
correct? But my question is, when there is psychological abuse and no physical abuse, do you expect to see the same things such as hypervigilance and other kinds of activities on the part of the injured spouse?
Yes.
All right. So is it your testimony then that without physical components, a person can still suffer the same sorts of trauma as the battered wife suffers when she's physically beaten by her husband?
I'm not going to say exactly the same because you obviously have introduced a new phenomenon where there's going to be physical injury. But certainly from a psychological standpoint, you're going to have symptoms and you may well have threats. Very often part of the psychological maltreatment are the threats that something terrible is going to happen, that they're going to be killed or other people, children are going to be killed or whatever. So that's a very, very, from a psychological standpoint, a very frightening, fearful phenomenon for a person to endure.
But when the battered wife responds to the statement from her husband, there was no Miller at the bar, what she's responding to is the prospect that she's going to be beaten, correct?
That's one interpretation, yes.
Now, in this particular case, this case here, the Menendez case, there is no way for you to test these particular defendants to see if, in fact, they have had genetic recoding, correct?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
It's a state.
So your testimony about the way the brain functions in this genetic recoding is not specific to these two defendants. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you're just explaining something that could happen,
That's correct.
and you're not saying that it did happen with these two defendants.
That's correct.
Now, in the case of the battered wife, her cue is the statement from her husband that he is going to do something to her, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the form of the question. She's talking about just that one hypothetical.
Yes, would you rephrase the question, please, or clarify?
All right. When we're talking about the battered wife hypothetical that was discussed in your direct examination,
Yes.
the cue to the wife is the fact that he comes home and says there was no Miller at the bar.
Well, that's just one cue. There can be other kinds of cues. You might even hear the car pulling up, and that might, we can't only, I want to make it clear, we can't just make it one specific cue. That certainly isn't a powerful cue, but it isn't the only cue.
Because because on other occasions when her husband's come home and said there's no Miller at the bar, he's pulled up in his car and she's heard that sound. So she associates the sound of him coming home from the bar with a potential for beating.
Yeah, those are the associations, correct.
Okay. Now, if she has never had her life threatened before, her husband coming home from the bar is not going to have any significance to her, correct?
Correct. She's never been beaten. She's never been threatened. She's never been anything. Just a husband coming home from the bar. No, she's not going to be frightened.
All right. And if he's never come through the door with a weapon after going to the bar, then her life has never been threatened before. Is that correct?
And hypothetical, that nothing has ever happened between these two persons.
Correct.
Correct. No.
Okay. Now, if in fact she suffered psychological abuse at his hands in the past, but has never been in a life-threatening situation, do you know whether or not she's going to have this fear response when her husband comes through the door and says there's no Miller at the bar?
Well, you have to tell me whether she's been threatened. You're saying she's never been threatened?
She's never been threatened and she's never been beaten, but she's been told that she's a terrible person. She's been told she's a lousy housekeeper. She's been told she's worthless, but she's never had her life threatened.
She's still going to be anxious because she knows he's going to come in and he's going to start all of that again. And that certainly isn't anything that makes people feel calm and relaxed.
Correct. But in terms of triggering this flight or fight response, where her life has not been threatened before, but she's been subject to this kind of abuse, is her fight or flight response going to be triggered by a repetition of psychological abuse?
Again, given very simple facts like that, probably not. But I would say that she certainly has altered receptors in terms of how he treats her and all of that. It'd be hard to imagine that he hasn't frightened her in some way if he's constantly degrading her.
If I have been subject to, let's say, psychological maltreatment during the course of my life, and it always occurs in private discussions with my parents, with my father. And he comes in the room and he berates me and talks to me, and I'm subject to psychological maltreatment.
Okay, yes.
Then him coming into the room and closing the door would be a signal to me that I might get chewed out again or treated poorly again, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And if I'm subject to psychological maltreatment when I'm out doing a sporting event, okay, the fact that I might perform poorly at a sporting event would be a trigger to me that I'm going to get chewed out again.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
If my abuser closes a door to a room to watch a television show, is that going to trigger the response in me that those other two events have triggered?
It certainly can. Sure, by association. Absolutely.
Why?
Because don't forget, the fear reaction is not at a cognitive level. It isn't thinking that. It's the door shuts and it's remembering that something frightening may happen.
But if nothing frightening has ever happened before when the door shut, that particular cue would not trigger the response.
But I thought you said that's when he would come in and say, negative things to you about your performance, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
So that is, again, going to raise one's anxiety. And there always is the fear of maybe something more is going to be said and maybe the next time it's going to be a little bit worse. So I wouldn't necessarily say that you wouldn't get a fear reaction.
If my father closes a door and goes into a room with my mother to watch a television show, and that particular cue has never preceded physical or life-threatening acts in the past, is that cue going to trigger my fear response?
I'm going to object if that is an improper hypothetical.
Sustained.
A cue is something that signals that something bad's going to happen in this discussion that we've been having, correct?
Correct.
And the reason that the person knows something bad's going to happen is because something bad happened before when that cue was present in that particular scene.
Yes.
Okay. So if a cue is given that is not related to any prior trauma, then it's not a cue, is it?
No, but you can have, don't forget, conversation is very much a part of the cue. It doesn't only have to be what is sensory experience. I mean, what is discussed can be very much of a cueing in factor.
All right. But if a cue is given in which I've never been in a life-threatening situation before, never been threatened with death before, is that cue sufficient to trigger this biological response?
I think I've said one example one cueing in can trigger it if it's severe enough.
But in the battered wife case, what cues her is that when he comes home and says, there's no Miller at the bar, on prior occasions, she has been in a life-threatening situation.
Objection, this has been asked and answered and argument.
Sustained on first ground.
I have nothing further.
Any redirect examination?
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
For a cue, as we've been referring to behaviors by abusers, to trigger a frightening response, does it have to be identical to something that's happened before?
No.
Are cues necessarily repetitions of previous cues?
No.
Are there situations where a new crisis has arisen, where the abused child has special knowledge of the modus operandi, the personalities, the values, the interests, the intentions of their abuser, and a brand new set of behaviors can trigger the highest level panic response?
Sustained.
Is there a concept called special knowledge that affects how abused children read the signs from their abusers?
Yes.
And is special knowledge dependent on the repetition of old cues?
It may or may not be.
And when it isn't, how does special knowledge interact with these fear responses?
Because there are new cues that are elicited.
Now, if there has been a crisis situation, something that has never happened before in an abusive family, could a child be experiencing these automatic fear responses based on an entire pattern of new conversations, new behaviors, new cues?
Yes.
Is hypervigilance the scanning of the environment for hints, cues, or clues of danger a conscious, rational thing or automatic?
Automatic.
Is there literature to suggest that the battered wife syndrome is actually a misnomer, that a woman need not be battered to experience all of the symptoms of other wives in abusive situations?
Yes.
Is there literature that psychological abuse alone, particularly when coupled with extreme jealousy, with limiting a woman's actions, with isolation, can also create tremendous fearfulness?
Yes.
Are there situations where, with respect to what's called battered wives, where there are constant threats to kill, even though there's never been a hand laid on the wife?
Yes.
And do those women experience fearfulness just as the women who are hit experience it?
Yes, I do.
Is the same true among children?
Yes, it is.
Does a child have to be physically abused to be fearful or hypervigilant or both?
No.
Is sexual abuse scary to children?
Yes, it is.
Why?
There can be several reasons why. First of all, it confuses the child. There is if it's a factor where somebody is known, it determines what is safe and unsafe. The whole factor of premature introduction of the child into activity far beyond its years. There are many things that children become very fearful of.
Do children and even adults become fearful when they sense they have absolutely no control over what's done to their bodies?
Yes.
Is there studies or information in the literature that show that sexually molested children equate the molestation with death?
Yes, there is.
And how is that information developed?
Sustained.
Do children who are subject to chronic sexual abuse, then, are they frequently in fear of death?
Yes, they are.
And is frequent fears of death by little children one of those things that creates this hypersensitivity and easy arousal to fear?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, it is.
Is there literature to suggest that in general, children are more vulnerable to psychological abuse and to terrorization than adult women?
Yes, they are.
In the realm of psychological abuse, are you familiar with those types of acts that are characterized as terrorizing?
Yes.
And do you agree, for example, with the labeling system that Dr. Tyler was using in this court as to types of acts that are terrorizing?
Yes, I do.
For terrorizing acts to produce terror in a child, does there have to be physical contact?
No, there doesn't.
Does repeated exposure to terrorizing acts create this heightened arousal system to fear?
Yes, it does.
In abusive situations where there have been repetitive or repeated either implied or explicit threats to kill, if a certain event happens, okay, and then the event happens, can that trigger this extreme fear response, even though it's an entirely new situation?
Yes, it can.
In a situation where a child has been sexually molested in his room over a course of 12 years, and where over the course of the last 5 years, sexual molestation has become a punishment, and where the molester is angry and acting punitive towards the child and orders that child to his room, is that the kind of cue that might make the child scared?
Objection calls for a proper opinion.
Sustained.
Are the mere words what you would look at to decide whether or not a cue triggering fear has occurred, or do you have to know the whole context?
You have to know the whole context.
Are there situations where go to your room can be a threat of death?
Yes, there are.
Are there situations where go to your room is a threat of rape?
Yes, there are.
Are there situations where go to your room means you can now paint and color and play with your dolls?
Yes.
Under certain circumstances, can complete silence even be a cue that something dangerous is about to happen?
Yes, it can.
When you're dealing with an abuser who has a pattern where he or she has a pattern of unpredictability in the past, okay, does that tend to produce even more hypervigilant victims?
Yes, that's a very important factor.
Turning then very briefly to the crime scene area. Have you ever testified for the prosecution, Dr. Burgess, in criminal proceedings?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, I have.
Have you ever been asked to testify specifically on whether a particular crime scene was an organized crime scene?
No, I have not.
Would you if you were asked to?
Objection irrelevant.
Overall.
Yes, I would.
You have no bias against testifying one way or the other, do you?
No, I don't.
Now, you said that in this particular case, the choice of weapon is a strong indication to you of no planning. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's based both on your initial crime scene evaluation and also on some other information you learned about the case?
Yes.
And specifically, why is it that this choice of weapon is such a strong indicator to you of lack of planning?
Because of the information that I had regarding a few days prior to the situation that I learned about.
Okay. And does that information have to do with the fact that in the state of California, people can actually buy handguns if they're willing to wait 2 weeks?
That is correct.
Now, you're familiar with the fact that there are other states where people cannot buy handguns at all.
That is correct.
Now, you said that this was a high-risk crime scene, and you've talked about the fact that it was by using 2 shotguns with multiple rounds in an enclosed space, you're going to create a lot of evidence that could attach itself to the shooter and serve to aid his capture. Is that correct?
That is true.
Is there also the element that in a small scene, shooting off all these rounds with a shotgun, he's creating evidence on his hands?
Absolutely.
And if it was an organized or planned crime, would there be something that you'd expect the planner to do to protect his hands from that kind of evidence?
Yes, I would.
And what would you expect him to do?
I expect him to wear gloves.
And if he were wearing gloves, would he have any reason to worry about picking up shell casings because of fingerprints?
No, he wouldn't.
Now, you said if you're going to look at a particular domestic homicide scene, we'll strike that. If you're going to conduct an investigation that begins with a domestic homicide scene to determine whether there's an insurance or inheritance component, you'd have to look outside the scene for motive evidence.
Yes, you would.
Did you examine every single interview that the prosecution conducted in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you read all of the testimony that's been presented in this trial?
Yes, I have.
And do you see any data whatsoever that suggests any pre-shooting motive for money or inheritance?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Would you look to statements if you were conducting an investigation to find out if there was inheritance or insurance motive? Would you first try to determine whether or not the suspect had information concerning the likelihood of their inheriting or getting insurance?
Yes, I would.
Would you also look for any kind of pre-crime information concerning whether or not the person had any particular interest or motive to obtain money?
Yes, I would.
Now, you said that there is some common knowledge about how organized crime conducts its executions.
Yes.
Okay, and what is the common method by which organized criminals conduct their hits, if you will?
Well, they generally plan it very carefully. They have a lot of information available, and the choice of weapon is going to be the type that leaves a minimal amount of injury, that the hit, if you will, is a direct target, and that they have eliminated as many barriers, if you will, to accomplish their task.
Would organized crime, in your opinion, based on your analysis of crimes committed by such persons, use 2 shotguns in a Beverly Hills family room on a Sunday night?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
You were asked by Mrs. Bozanich if persons could try to stage a crime to make it look like an organized crime hit. You were asked for your opinion on that subject. Do you remember that?
Yes.
In your opinion, would persons staging an organized crime hit use 2 shotguns in Beverly Hills
No.
in someone's home?
Objection, improper opinion.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
Objection sustained. The answer is stricken.
Does organized crime, has it been widely publicized that organized crime uses shotguns indoors for their hits?
No,
Do they?
they do not.
Do they tend to use a small caliber weapon to the back of the head?
Yes, they do.
Usually a .22 caliber weapon, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Do they take extraordinary measures to avoid leaving prints?
Yes, they do.
Extraordinary measures to avoid having blood or tissue or things like that get on them.
That's correct, yes.
And do they try to stage it to make it look like somebody other than organized crime?
Yes, they may or may not. They really don't have to.
Okay. Are you familiar with cases where organized crime made it look like a burglary, a robbery, or another form of crime?
I'm sure there are some cases they really do.
Now, you were asked about what happens if law enforcement, in looking at what seems to you to be a domestic shooting case, eliminates the option that there was a need for forced entry because the other residents of the home tell them the doors are always kept open. Do you remember that?
Yes,
Now, it's your opinion, is it not, when you see a domestic violence scene, that the most likely suspects are A, the ones who call in, and B, the ones who are related?
that is true.
So is it good law enforcement practice to rely on what those people tell you about whether the doors are locked or unlocked in making your crime scene analysis?
Objection, improper payment.
Sustained.
Based on your survey of organized crime cases, are they likely to leave shell casings in a car and then call the police to the scene where the car is located?
No,
Are they likely to tell the police that they smelled smoke and saw a thick yellow haze when they weren't supposed to be present at the time of the shooting?
no,
Excuse me, Your Honor. Consultation. Excuse me, Your Honor. A further consultation.
Mr. Burt, would you write more legibly so we don't have these things?
Maria, I just don't know what Q means.
One of my favorite supplements is Cunol turmeric. Turmeric helps with healthy joints and inflammation support, and Cunol has the #1 doctor recommended form of turmeric. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Let's assume hypothetically that a person has been traumatized when they are quite young, say with episodes of sexual molestation, okay?
yes.
Can their brother, relating to that person, his much more recent experiences of violent sexual molestation, trigger some replay or traumatic or fear-inducing feelings in that person whose molestation was farther in the past?
Objection, improper payment.
Is this a phenomena that occurs, that hearing about another person's similar traumatization can get you to relive your own?
Yes,
In fact, in the studies of Vietnam War veterans, for example, have they determined that they can re-experience combat, vivid combat scenes based on a car engine sound, a smell?
yes. In other words, the sensory system gets activated, and that's generally what occurs. They see, smell, or even taste something that reminds them of that experience.
And can they also hear something? Someone else is telling a story, a song that may be played over the radio in Nam, virtually anything.
Yes.
I have nothing further on.
Any recross?
Yes, Your Honor.
Dr. Burgess, can psychological abuse cause hatred in a child towards his or her abuser?
Objection, Your Honor, it's beyond the scope.
Overrule.
In situations involving family members, the child, I think I've already said, is very torn in their loyalty, and they may have a specific feeling of anger about what the act is. But in general, this is one of the things that holds them into the situation, is the other part, which is the love and of the parent.
Can psychological abuse cause can psychological abuse from the parent cause hatred in the grown child? That is the adult child.
Again, anything is possible, but you'd have to know more about the situation.
People hate their parents, right? Not everybody loves their parents.
People can hate their parents, yes.
Okay. And one of the things that can cause a person to hate their parents is having been subjected to child abuse, correct?
That may be one thing.
And one of the motives in a domestic homicide can be hatred for the parent for all kinds of reasons. Isn't that true?
In a homicide, yes.
Not all domestic homicides are spontaneous, correct?
No.
Now, I believe you were asked about the choice of weapon in this case on the redirect as being a poor choice because it was a shotgun. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. If one wants to make a crime look like an organized crime hit, that person who's trying to make it look that way is bound by their perception of what an organized crime hit would look like, aren't they?
Well, if they've looked into it or read on it, I mean, they have more information as to how it's done.
Well, if they've seen, what if they've just seen movies and their perception of an organized crime hit comes from The Godfather?
Well, I'm going to object to this, not to be arguing with this statute.
Why don't you rephrase the question rather than give examples such as that?
All right. One's perceptions of what an organized crime killing are like are based upon one's life experiences, correct?
Yes, wherever they get their information, correct.
Okay. And your experience of organized crime killings is based upon your years of research in this area, correct?
Plus others. It isn't just the research, but I certainly have an understanding of that type of crime, yes.
Okay. And you have at times specialized in formulating classifications of crime.
Correct.
Okay. So your knowledge of what constitutes an organized crime killing is not necessarily the general knowledge within this country, correct?
Probably.
One would hope that you have a more specific knowledge after all the years that you've done researching, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, if one were to choose a small caliber weapon but was unable to get that weapon because of a 14 or 15-day waiting period, but one still wanted to accomplish one's task, one would then move to another weapon, correct?
No, not necessarily. That's where I disagree, that I think that if one wanted to actually commit this organized crime, they would wait the 2 weeks and they would use that weapon. They'd use an appropriate weapon.
What if in 2 weeks the opportunity to commit the crime was not as good as committing it at the earlier time? Wouldn't that be a factor to consider in planning this?
But that's improper hypothetical because these things stats never proven.
All right, you'll have to rephrase this question since it is in the form of, or should be in the form of a hypothetical question.
Okay.
Phrase it that way.
Hypothetically, if one were about to return to college and one were going to be leaving the state, all right, wouldn't it be better to accomplish the crime when one was still in the same locale as the victim?
Objection, Your Honor, that's improper hypothetical.
Sustained. Well, objection sustained to the form of the question as phrased.
Okay. So it's your criticism of this particular crime and the way it was done is that rather than waiting for an opportunity to get the small caliber weapon, that a shotgun was used. Is that correct?
It's not a criticism. It's just pointing out what is organized and what is disorganized. And if one wants to do an organized crime, one would plan and take the time to carry it out in a way that it's going to be effective.
But are there not other factors in one wanting to commit a crime aside from the availability of a weapon? Isn't that correct?
That calls for speculation.
Overall.
There are other factors in committing a crime aside from just the choice of weapon.
But that's such an important factor.
But there's also opportunity, correct?
Well, that is true. There's opportunity.
All right. And if opportunity conflicts with getting the proper choice of weapon, then opportunity is a factor to be considered, correct?
But it's not a big factor in a domestic situation where people are all right within the same residence.
All right. But if people are about to leave the residence and move to different locales, that would change the opportunity, wouldn't it?
Objection, Your Honor, there's no foundation for that question.
Overall.
It would, it might only change it temporarily, but there is nothing that says that there's an immediacy to this situation.
What do you mean?
In a plan, one would factor that in. That's the idea of a plan.
Well, leaving town for a period of several months would create a lack of opportunity to commit a domestic homicide, correct?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that it's argumentative and it assumes facts, not an evidence.
Sustained as to the form of the question. It is argumentative.
Leaving town to move to another state, would that in fact create a lack of opportunity in a domestic homicide?
Object and assumes facts, not an evidence, improper.
Overruled.
Your Honor, may we approach
No.
the offer of proof?
No.
Do you remember my question?
Yes.
Okay.
You're saying that if that is within a 2-week time period, I'm still going to say that to plan something, a plan means that it is able to be carried off the way it's intended. And a time, that's not a plan if it's something that's just hurriedly done or something like that. That's not a plan. That's not organized.
Well, so what is your definition of what a plan is then?
A plan is taking into all the factors such as weapon, place, location, method, and most importantly, to leave as few clues as possible. I mean, that's a plan.
Now, this checklist that you've just given about weapon, place, location, method, and leaving few clues, is that a checklist that you can buy at the Big Five when you pick up your shotgun?
Oh, objection, Your Honor.
Objection is sustained. It's argumentative.
Okay. Dr. Burgess, your definition of a plan is not necessarily everyone's definition of a plan. Isn't that correct?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
I don't know. I haven't checked it out with everyone, but that's generally the way a plan is defined.
But you are interested in the classification of crimes, correct?
Yes, the organized and disorganized, correct.
And there's no evidence in this case that these particular defendants knew about the kinds of checklists that you've just talked about, correct? In other words, there's no evidence that they knew in advance that in order to be successful, they would have to follow the FBI checklist of what constitutes a planned crime, correct?
Well, I'm not saying that's the FBI checklist. That's not been published as a checklist. What I am saying is that if you want to get into what is planned and what isn't planned, then there are certain criteria you have to apply. And being able to wait 2 weeks, that would, in fact, constitute a plan.
But if you didn't want to wait 2 weeks, it wouldn't mean you weren't planning, would it?
Depends what you're planning.
If you're planning to kill your parents because you want to kill your parents, that is the plan, to kill your parents.
If that's the plan, then you'd wait the 2 weeks and have everything right, the right weapon, the right location, the right everything.
And unless you did it correctly, then you weren't planning at all. Is that your testimony?
Well, then it would be a lack of planning. That's the point.
Okay. And I believe you rejected the idea that poor planning can be the same as lack of planning. Is that correct?
Well, we just tend to call it lack of planning rather than putting an adjective.
Okay. But lack of planning means no or little planning, correct?
I'm going to object to this. This has all been asked and answered and gone over many times.
All right, it's been gone over once before, but I'll permit limited further examination.
Just because someone plans out something poorly doesn't mean they didn't plan it, right?
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
Right.
A plan generally means something that's going to turn out the way that it's intended.
Okay. But if it doesn't turn out the way it's intended, that doesn't mean it wasn't planned. It just means it wasn't planned well,
Objection,
correct?
argumentative, ask and answer.
Rephrase the question.
What you're saying then is if someone plans something and does a bad job of planning it and executing it, that means it wasn't planned.
But that shows a lack of planning because it's not going to turn out the way that the plan should be.
Now, in discussing the fear that goes into this biological recoding,
Yes.
if the person's lying about being afraid, then none of these biological things occur. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
Well, I think that the point of the biological model is that you have the physiological response, and that is something that you can't deny.
But if you aren't in fear, you don't have the physiological response that you've described in your testimony, correct?
Yeah, if you're not in fear, correct.
Okay, so if you're lying about being in fear, then you would not have this biological response. Is that correct?
Well, that's one way of stating it.
Was there another way of stating it?
Well, I just said that you have to take into consideration the symptoms and the whole body response and the whole history. There are a lot of factors that you have to take into consideration. People generally don't go around saying, I'm in fear, and that's not necessarily what's happened. I mean, this is such an automatic response.
People don't go around saying they're in fear when they're not. Is that what you said?
In the examples we've been giving.
Okay, what
Yes.
about people who are charged with crimes and want to avoid conviction? Do they have a motive to claim emotions that they don't have?
Objection, Your Honor, this is beyond the scope of direct, and it's calling for improper opinion.
Sustained.
Thank you, I have nothing further.
Anything else?
Dr. Burgess, the 40 some odd serial killers and all the other perpetrators that the FBI interviewed over the years, their actions, their planning was the basis, was it not, for this attempting to classify crime scenes as organized, disorganized?
Yes,
They didn't read the book, they wrote the book,
That's right.
basically. And what you're trying to do is, knowing how homicides are planned, you try to match new homicide scenes to the given body of what a planned scene looks like and what an unplanned scene looks like.
that's right.
And really, all you're saying is this scene doesn't look like there was any planning.
That's correct.
If it did, it would have had these organizational components, correct?
Yes.
And are there basically three basic indicia of an organized or planned homicide scene?
Yes.
And you want to tell us what they are?
In an organized scene, you're going to have clear thinking, low emotion, and the plan is carried out with a minimal amount of injury and clues, and obviously no detection.
And the right weapon for the location?
Yes, and the right weapon for the location.
And that's what you did not find here, is that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
One question.
All right.
This book indicates, and I'm holding up the crime classification manual, that in 1989, the number of murders in the United States was estimated at 21,500. Do you remember that statistic from
Yes.
research?
Yes, I do.
And for purposes of these classifications, you talked with 43 killers. Is that correct?
That's for the sexual homicide that there were 3 or more. Yes.
Okay, and it's based on these 43 people that you came up with this system of disorganized versus organized.
No, this is the way that,
Counsel, you see it.
Thank you.
no, the way the study, the way the FBI would go to a crime scene is they would classify it into this organized, disorganized. What the study was about, what this 43 killers was about, is to see how that applied, how by putting them into those classifications, what other things, what was statistically significant. And that's really the value of that one particular study. What the crime classification is an elaboration, if you will, on many, many more crimes, not just homicide, but arson and rape and sexual assault. And the very best of their thinking and the way they classify crimes is what is contained in that book.
But your testimony on direct examination dealt with the fact that disorganized versus organized murder scenes was based on studies done with 43 murderers, correct?
That was the one study. That's correct.
Thank you.
Anything else?
If I may also remain, has that one study been greatly expanded over the 10 years since it was first conducted to include the examination of many, many more crime scenes?
Oh, yes. It represents hundreds and hundreds of crime scenes.
And have those classifications held up to be valid when applied to thousands upon thousands of other crime scenes?
Yes.
That was just the basic research, right?
That was the first basic research in 1980, yes.
Do you have to sample every single event in order to get a statistically sound basis for rendering opinion?
No.
Isn't all scientific research based on sampling?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Anything else?
No.
All right. In regards to the gold jury, the next evidence will be offered only involving the defendant Eric Menendez, which means you won't have to be here tomorrow morning. It's likely that evidence will go on into tomorrow afternoon. It might consume all of tomorrow afternoon. It might not. I don't know that for a fact. Again, there's a possibility that we could get to you sometime in the afternoon tomorrow. I don't know. And just on the off chance that we can, I would want you here. It's going to be a situation similar to what we faced last week, where when you're here, we might tell you that we can't get to you, but there's still a possibility we can get to you perhaps an hour or so in the afternoon, and maybe a little longer. I don't know. And it's important to have you here just in case that develops. So I want you to come back tomorrow afternoon at 1:30. If towards the end of the morning it looks like we won't get you at all tomorrow, we'll give you a call and let you know that. Otherwise, I want you all back here tomorrow afternoon at 1:30. Before I excuse the juries, I want to again instruct you that you must not look at or read or be exposed to anything in any form whatsoever about this case outside of the courtroom. You must make your decision based only on what happens in the courtroom and my instructions on the law. And we'll resume tomorrow as to the blue jury at 9 o'clock, as to the gold jury 1:30, unless you hear otherwise from the court. We want you here at 1:30. So we'll see you all back here tomorrow at the indicated times.